In the shadowy streets of 1896 Buenos Aires, where gaslights cast eerie glows on the damp cobblestones, a sinister figure lurked in the night. Amidst the hum of the bustling city, a horrifying secret unfolded, as a man, once a father, became a murderer of his own blood. But this wasn't the kind of predator that stalked strangers in shadowy alleys. No, this beast wore the mask of fatherhood, the facade of respectability. His victims weren't random casualties of urban violence. They were his own flesh and blood. Cayetano Domingo Grossi didn't just murder. He orchestrated a symphony of terror that would echo through Argentina's criminal history forever. His hands, the same hands that should have protected, nurtured, and loved, became instruments of unimaginable brutality. In the span of mere months, this seemingly ordinary man transformed into Argentina's first documented serial killer, leaving behind a trail of small corpses and a legacy so horrific that even today, over a century later, his name is whispered with revulsion. What drives a father to become the architect of his children's destruction? What sinister compulsion transforms paternal love into lethal obsession? Tonight, we descend into the abyss of human depravity to uncover the blood-soaked truth behind Argentina's most notorious family annihilator. Prepare yourself. What you're about to hear will chill you to your very core. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story, The Monster of Buenos Aires. The year was 1896, and Buenos Aires pulsed with the raw energy of a city transforming itself. European immigrants flooded the bustling port, bringing dreams of prosperity and new beginnings. Innocent sounds that would soon be replaced by something far more chilling. His wife, worn down by repeated pregnancies and the relentless grind of urban survival, had no idea she was sharing her bed with a predator whose appetite for destruction would soon consume everything she held dear. The children, oh the children, they ranged in age from mere infants to young adolescents, each one a potential victim in their father's twisted game. Their names have been largely lost to history, reduced to mere statistics in police files yellowed with age. But their terror, their confusion, their final moments of agony, these details survived, preserved in the meticulous notes of investigators who would later struggle to comprehend the magnitude of Grossi's depravity. What possessed this seemingly ordinary father to view his offspring not as blessings, but as targets? The psychological landscape of Cayetano Grossi's mind remains largely unexplored territory, a dark continent where normal human emotions had been replaced by something monstrous. Perhaps it was financial desperation, the crushing weight of feeding multiple mouths in an economy that showed no mercy to the working poor. Perhaps it was a twisted sense of control, a need to exercise absolute dominion over those most vulnerable to his whims. Or perhaps, most terrifyingly of all, it was simply the emergence of something inherently evil that had been lurking beneath his skin all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The first warning signs were subtle, so subtle that they went entirely unnoticed by those closest to him. A shortened temper, perhaps, longer absences from home, strange odors clinging to his clothing when he returned from his mysterious errands. His wife, exhausted from the demands of motherhood and housework, dismissed these anomalies as the natural result of economic stress. After all, times were hard for everyone in their neighborhood. Men did what they had to do to survive. But Grossi's definition of survival would prove to be far more sinister than anyone could have anticipated. The transformation didn't happen overnight. Like a cancer metastasizing through healthy tissue, his murderous impulses grew slowly, methodically. He began studying his children with the cold calculation of a predator evaluating prey. Which ones were the most vulnerable? Which ones would be missed the least? Which ones could disappear without raising immediate suspicion? The psychological mechanics of his selection process reveal a mind operating on a level of calculation that defies normal human understanding. He wasn't acting in fits of rage or moments of temporary insanity. Every move was deliberate, planned, executed with the precision of a craftsman perfecting his trade. He was learning, adapting, evolving into something that transcended ordinary criminal behavior. The neighborhood itself provided the perfect backdrop for his emerging pathology. In the chaotic sprawl of Buenos Aires' working-class districts, children disappeared with disturbing frequency. Some were claimed by disease, others by accidents, still others by the countless dangers that lurked in a city struggling to modernize. Death was a constant companion in these streets, so familiar that it rarely warranted more than a cursory investigation. Grossi understood this reality better than most. He recognized that in a world where child mortality was tragically common, the death of one more child, even several children, might pass unnoticed by overworked authorities more concerned with larger social problems. This knowledge became the foundation upon which he would build his house of horrors. As winter settled over Buenos Aires in 1896, bringing with it the bone-deep cold that penetrated even the thickest walls, Gaetano Grossi made his first move. The target was his youngest, a child barely old enough to walk, innocent eyes still bright with the wonder of a world that had yet to reveal its true nature. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of weakness. This was the calculated first act in what would become Argentina's most horrific family massacre. The method he chose reveals the depth of his depravity. Rather than quick violence that might be explained as momentary madness, Grossi selected an approach that required patience, planning, and an almost supernatural capacity for emotional detachment. He would use poison, slow-acting, difficult to detect, capable of being administered in small doses over time to create the appearance of natural illness. The poison of choice was readily available in the Buenos Aires of 1896. Rat poison, insecticides, even certain household cleaning products contained compounds that could prove fatal in the right concentrations. For a man with Grossi's mechanical aptitude and growing obsession with death, acquiring and preparing these substances presented no significant challenge. But the true horror lay not in the poison itself, but in the intimate nature of its delivery. This wasn't a stranger striking from the shadows. This was a father slowly, methodically murdering his own child. Every meal became an opportunity. Every glass of water, every spoonful of medicine, every tender moment of care was transformed into an act of betrayal so profound that it challenges our most basic assumptions about human nature. The first child's death unfolded over several agonizing days. What began as apparent stomach illness, common enough in the unsanitary conditions of working-class Buenos Aires, gradually progressed to something far more serious. The child's appetite disappeared. Sleep became fitful, interrupted by episodes of pain that no home remedy could address. The skin took on a grayish pallor that spoke of deeper systemic failure. Grossi played his role perfectly. He expressed appropriate concern, sought medical advice from local practitioners, even spent precious pesos on medicines that he knew would provide no relief. To his wife, to his neighbors, to anyone who might later question the sequence of events, he appeared to be nothing more than a devoted father watching helplessly as disease claimed his child. But behind his mask of paternal anguish, something else was stirring. Each day brought new revelations about his capacity for deception. Each symptom he observed added to his growing knowledge of how poison affected the human body. Each moment of his child's suffering provided data that he would later use to refine his technique. The child died on a gray Tuesday morning, slipping away as Buenos Aires awakened to another day of struggle and survival. The death certificate, signed by an overworked physician who had seen too many children succumb to the various ailments that plagued the urban poor, listed the cause as gastric fever. No one questioned the diagnosis. No one suspected that they were looking at Argentina's first victim of serial murder. The funeral was a modest affair, attended by neighbors who offered the hollow condolences that poverty makes necessary. Grossi accepted their sympathy with the appropriate mixture of grief and resignation. He spoke of God's will, of the mysterious ways of providence, of his hope that his child was now at peace in a better place. But even as the small coffin was lowered into the ground, Grossi's mind was already moving toward his next target. The successful completion of his first murder had unlocked something within him, a realization that he possessed the capability to take life without detection, without consequence, without even suspicion. It was a power more intoxicating than any drug, more addictive than any vice. The interval between his first and second murders was brief, too brief for genuine grief, but perfectly timed to avoid suspicion. In the weeks following the funeral, Grossi's behavior patterns shifted subtly. He spent more time away from home, claiming to search for additional work to help the family recover from their loss. In reality, he was refining his methods, acquiring new supplies, and selecting his next victim. The second child was older, more aware, capable of resistance that the infant had been unable to offer. This presented new challenges, but also new opportunities for Grossi to explore the full range of his murderous capabilities. He would need to be more creative, more patient, more sophisticated in his approach. This time, he decided to combine poison with another method, something that would accelerate the process while maintaining the appearance of natural death. Suffocation, perhaps, or drowning in circumstances that could be explained as accidental. The possibilities were limited only by his imagination and his growing confidence in his ability to manipulate both evidence and perception. As the Buenos Aires winter deepened, Caetano Grossi prepared to claim his second victim. The monster had tasted blood, and its appetite was only beginning to grow. The second death came with the spring rains of 1896, when the streets of Buenos Aires turned to rivers of mud and filth that seemed to mirror the moral decay festering within the Grossi household. This time, the victim was 8-year-old Maria Elena, a bright-eyed girl whose only crime was being born to a monster disguised as a father. Grossi had spent the weeks since his first successful murder studying his daughter with the cold precision of a scientist examining a specimen. He noted her habits, her fears, her weaknesses. He observed which foods she favored, which rooms of the house she preferred, which times of day found her most vulnerable to his approach. This wasn't the random violence of a madman. It was the methodical planning of a predator who had discovered his calling. Maria Elena's murder would prove far more complex than the poison-induced death of her infant sibling. An 8-year-old possessed awareness, intelligence, and the ability to resist or flee if threatened. She could scream, fight back, or run to neighbors for help. She could report strange tastes in her food or unusual behavior from her father. These factors required Grossi to evolve his methods, to become more sophisticated in his approach to killing. The breakthrough came when he realized that his daughter's trust could be weaponized against her. Children are programmed by evolution to trust their parents implicitly. It's a survival mechanism that ensures they follow guidance that keeps them safe from external threats. But what happens when the parent becomes the threat? What happens when the very instinct meant to preserve life becomes the pathway to destruction? Grossi began his assault on Maria Elena's life with psychological manipulation that was as cruel as it was effective. He started telling her stories, dark tales of monsters that lurked outside their home, waiting to snatch children who ventured too far from their father's protection. These weren't the harmless ghost stories that parents sometimes share to thrill their children. These were calculated psychological instruments designed to increase her dependence on him while simultaneously isolating her from potential sources of help. "The streets are dangerous, Mija," he would whisper as he tucked her into bed each night, his voice carrying just the right mixture of concern and authority. "There are men out there who steal children, who hurt little girls like you. Promise me you'll never wander far from home. Promise me you'll always tell Papa where you're going." Maria Elena, like any normal child, internalized these warnings as expressions of paternal love and concern. She had no way of knowing that her father was actually describing himself, that the monster he warned her about was sitting beside her bed, stroking her hair with the same hands that would soon orchestrate her destruction. The poisoning began subtly, integrated into the daily routines that defined their household. A few drops of carefully prepared solution in her morning milk, a dusting of powder on her favorite sweets, tiny amounts that wouldn't cause immediate illness but would gradually accumulate in her system, creating the foundation for what would appear to be a natural but tragic decline. But poison alone wouldn't be enough for Maria Elena. Grossi had developed a taste for more intimate forms of murder, methods that allowed him to witness every moment of his victim's transition from life to death. He wanted to see the confusion in her eyes as her body began to betray her. He wanted to hear the questions she couldn't quite articulate as her strength ebbed away. He wanted to experience the godlike power of holding another human being's existence in his hands. The physical abuse began gradually, disguised as accidents or rough play that went too far. A grip on her arm that left bruises hidden beneath her sleeves. A push that sent her tumbling downstairs, creating injuries that could be explained by childhood clumsiness. Blows to her torso that caused internal damage without leaving visible marks on her face or hands. Each incident was carefully calibrated to avoid immediate death while contributing to her overall physical deterioration. Grossi was learning to orchestrate a symphony of suffering, timing each movement to build toward a crescendo that would appear entirely natural to outside observers. Maria Elena's mother, ground down by poverty and the constant demands of managing a large household, noticed her daughter's declining health but attributed it to the various ailments that commonly afflicted children in their neighborhood. When Maria Elena complained of stomach pain, her mother administered folk remedies passed down through generations. When she seemed tired and listless, it was blamed on the changing seasons or growing pains. When she developed mysterious bruises, they were dismissed as the inevitable result of childhood play. The medical knowledge available to working-class families in 1896 Buenos Aires was primitive at best. Doctors were expensive luxuries that most families couldn't afford except in the most desperate circumstances. Instead, they relied on home remedies, folk wisdom, and the hope that time would heal whatever ailments afflicted their loved ones. This ignorance provided perfect cover for Grossi's methodical campaign of murder. As Maria Elena's condition worsened, her behavior began to change in ways that revealed the psychological torture accompanying her physical decline. She became withdrawn, avoiding interactions with other children in the neighborhood. She started having nightmares that would wake the entire household with her screaming. She developed an inexplicable fear of her father, a fear that manifested as trembling whenever he entered a room or spoke her name. But rather than recognizing these signs as evidence of abuse, the family interpreted them through the lens of illness. Sick children often became moody and difficult. Physical pain could certainly explain her reluctance to engage in normal activities. The nightmares were likely fever dreams, and her fear of her father might simply reflect a child's confusion about why her papa couldn't make her feel better. Grossi encouraged these interpretations, playing the role of the concerned father with consummate skill. He would hold Maria Elena when she cried, comforting her with the same hands that had administered her daily doses of poison. He would stay up with her during her worst nights, whispering reassurances while privately cataloging each new symptom. He would even suggest seeking medical attention, knowing that the family's financial situation made such consultation virtually impossible. The final phase of Maria Elena's murder began on a rainy Thursday evening in late September. By this point, the cumulative effects of poison and physical abuse had left her weak, confused, and increasingly unable to defend herself. Her immune system was compromised, her organs were failing, and her spirit was broken by months of inexplicable suffering. Grossi chose suffocation as his method of final execution, a technique that would appear consistent with the respiratory problems that had been troubling Maria Elena for weeks. But this wasn't going to be quick or merciful. He had developed an appetite for prolonging the experience, for savoring every moment of his victim's transition from life to death. The attack began after the rest of the household had fallen asleep. Grossi entered Maria Elena's room with a pillow in his hands and murder in his heart. But when he looked down at his daughter, pale, fragile, barely conscious from the poison coursing through her system, he saw something that stopped him cold. Recognition. Despite her weakened state, despite the fog of illness and medication, Maria Elena's eyes showed that she understood what was happening. She knew, perhaps she had always known, on some level deeper than conscious thought, that her father was the source of her suffering. Perhaps children possess instincts that adults lose, primitive warnings that alert them to danger even when their rational minds can't process the reality of their situation. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, father and daughter stared at each other across the chasm that separates predator from prey. In her eyes, Grossi saw not just fear, but disappointment. The crushing realization that the one person who should have protected her had instead chosen to destroy her. It should have stopped him. That look should have shattered whatever remained of his humanity, should have forced him to confront the magnitude of his crimes and choose a different path. But instead, it only fueled his rage. How dare this child judge him? How dare she look at him with anything other than the love and respect a daughter owes her father? The pillow came down with brutal force, cutting off Maria Elena's ability to scream or struggle. But even as her small body fought desperately for air, even as her legs kicked weakly against her bedsheets, her eyes never left his face. She watched him murder her, recorded every detail of his expression as he pressed the life from her lungs. Those eyes would haunt Gaetano Grossi for the rest of his days. When it was over, when Maria Elena's struggles had finally ceased and her body lay still beneath the weight of his pillow, Grossi carefully staged the scene to suggest natural death. He positioned her body in a peaceful pose, smoothed her hair, and even placed a small toy in her arms, a final mockery of the childhood he had stolen from her. The next morning's discovery was met with grief that seemed genuine to all observers. Grossi wailed with apparent anguish, clutched his daughter's lifeless form to his chest, and demanded to know why God would take another of his children. Neighbors gathered to offer support and sympathy, never suspecting that they were comforting a monster who had just committed the perfect crime. But perfection is an illusion, especially in the realm of murder. Each killing leaves traces, psychological scars on the perpetrator, subtle changes in behavior that trained observers might recognize. Grossi was evolving, becoming more confident in his abilities but also more reckless in his methods. The intoxication of successful murder was beginning to cloud his judgment, leading him toward mistakes that would eventually unravel his carefully constructed facade. The pattern was established now. 2 children dead, several more remaining in the household. To his neighbors, Gaetano Grossi appeared to be a man cursed by fate, struggling to hold his family together despite repeated tragedies. But to anyone with the knowledge and perspective to recognize the signs, he was revealed as something far more sinister, a serial killer who had found his perfect hunting ground within the supposed safety of his own home. As autumn settled over Buenos Aires, as the southern hemisphere prepared for another winter of hardship and survival, Gaetano Domingo Grossi began planning his next murder. The monster had evolved, and its appetite was growing ever stronger. Winter's icy grip tightened around Buenos Aires as 1897 dawned, and with it came an escalation in Gaetano Grossi's murderous rampage that would shock even hardened investigators decades later. The successful elimination of Maria Elena had unleashed something primal within him, a bloodlust that grew stronger with each passing day. No longer content with the careful, methodical poisoning that had characterized his earlier crimes, Grossi began to experiment with more direct, more violent methods of killing his children. The transformation in his methodology reflected a deeper psychological shift. Where once he had sought to maintain the appearance of natural death, now he seemed almost eager to test the limits of what he could accomplish without detection. It was as if each successful murder had stripped away another layer of his humanity, revealing the predatory creature that had always lurked beneath his skin. His third victim was 10-year-old Carlos, a boy whose only crime was sharing DNA with a monster. Carlos had witnessed his siblings' deaths with the confused awareness that children possess but cannot fully articulate. He had seen Maria Elena grow sicker and weaker, had heard her crying in the night, had noticed the strange smells that sometimes clung to his father's clothing. But at 10 years old, he lacked the experience to interpret these observations as warning signs of his own impending doom. Grossi's approach to Carlos revealed a new level of sadistic creativity. Rather than relying solely on poison, he decided to combine multiple methods in a prolonged campaign of torture that would span several weeks. The psychological cruelty was as important as the physical damage. He wanted Carlos to understand that he was being hunted by his own father, wanted him to experience the complete destruction of trust that forms the foundation of the parent-child relationship. The campaign began with deliberate accidents, that injured Carlos in ways that would compromise his ability to flee or fight back. A fall downstairs that left him with a badly sprained ankle. A burn from carelessly placed kitchen equipment that limited the use of his left hand. These injuries were explained to the family as the natural result of childhood clumsiness, but their timing and severity created a pattern that would later be recognized as deliberate sabotage. With Carlos physically compromised, Grossi began the psychological phase of his assault. He started telling the boy elaborate stories about the previous children who had died in their home, describing in vivid detail how death had claimed them. These weren't meant to be ghost stories or cautionary tales. They were threats disguised as folklore, warnings about what awaited disobedient children who failed to show proper respect for their father. Did you know that Maria Elena tried to run away the night she died? Grossi would whisper to Carlos as they sat by the fireplace on cold winter evenings. She thought she could escape what was coming for her, but you can't run from fate, Mijo. You can't hide from what you deserve. Carlos, like any normal child, was terrified by these stories but couldn't quite grasp their true meaning. He knew his father was trying to frighten him, but he couldn't understand why. The confusion and fear created a perfect psychological environment for Grossi to operate. His victim was isolated, terrified, and completely dependent on the very person who was orchestrating his destruction. The physical torture escalated gradually. Grossi began using tools from his work, metal implements designed for construction and repair that could inflict precise, controlled damage on human flesh. He would wait until the household was asleep, then visit Carlos's room to administer carefully measured doses of pain that would heal without leaving permanent visible scars. The sessions followed a ritualistic pattern that revealed the depth of Grossi's psychological pathology. He would enter Carlos's room carrying a candle, its flickering light casting dancing shadows on the walls that transformed familiar objects into menacing shapes. The boy would wake to find his father standing beside his bed, tools glinting in the candlelight, expression completely devoid of paternal warmth. "Today you learn another lesson," Grossi would say, his voice carrying the calm authority of a teacher preparing to impart important knowledge. "Today you discover what happens to children who don't appreciate their father's love." The torture that followed was methodical, educational, designed to explore the limits of human endurance without causing immediate death. Grossi had become a student of suffering, fascinated by the various ways the human body responded to different types of damage. He would take careful mental notes about which techniques produced the most dramatic results, which inflicted the greatest psychological trauma alongside physical pain. Carlos endured this nightmare for 3 weeks, each night bringing new horrors that tested his sanity as much as his physical resilience. He began to lose weight rapidly, not just from the physical trauma but from an inability to eat as his digestive system rebelled against the constant stress. His hair started falling out in clumps, his skin took on a grayish pallor, and his eyes developed the hollow, haunted look of someone who has seen too much horror to ever return to innocence. But perhaps most terrifyingly of all, Carlos began to accept what was happening to him. The human mind possesses remarkable adaptive capabilities, and when faced with inescapable horror, it sometimes chooses accommodation over resistance. Carlos stopped fighting back during the nightly sessions, stopped crying out for help that would never come, stopped hoping for rescue from his nightmare. This psychological surrender seemed to disappoint Grossi, who had derived significant satisfaction from his victim's terror and resistance. A compliant victim offered less entertainment, fewer opportunities to explore the dynamics of power and control that had become central to his murderous identity. He began to escalate the violence, seeking to provoke the fear responses that made the experience meaningful for him. The escalation led to mistakes, the first cracks in the facade that had protected Grossi from detection. Carlos's injuries became too severe to explain away as accidents, his condition too obviously the result of deliberate abuse. When the boy appeared at the local church one Sunday morning with burns on his arms and strange marks around his throat, several parishioners began asking uncomfortable questions. Father Miguel Santos, the elderly priest who served their parish, was the first to voice official concern about the Grossi family's string of tragedies. He had officiated at the funerals of Grossi's previous victims, had offered spiritual comfort during their final illnesses, and had begun to notice patterns that troubled his pastoral instincts. It's unusual for so many children in one family to succumb to illness, Father Santos mentioned to a local physician during a casual conversation after Massachusetts. The Grossi family has suffered more than their share of losses. Perhaps someone should examine the surviving children to ensure they're receiving proper care. This innocent suggestion would prove to be the first thread that, when pulled, would unravel Grossi's entire operation. But for now, it remained merely a concern expressed between two men who had seen too much death in their professional lives and wondered if more could be done to prevent it. Grossi, meanwhile, was preparing for Carlos's final act. The extended torture campaign had served its purpose. He had learned new techniques, explored new realms of cruelty, and satisfied some deep-seated need to witness prolonged suffering. But Carlos was becoming a liability, his injuries too obvious to ignore, his condition too deteriorated to explain through conventional medical ailments. The murder itself combined elements from all of Grossi's previous crimes while introducing new levels of brutality that shocked even him. He began with poison, not the gentle, slow-acting compounds he had used earlier, but a massive dose of arsenic designed to cause immediate, violent illness. As Carlos convulsed in agony from the poison's effects, Grossi added physical strangulation, using a leather belt to slowly cut off the boy's air supply. But even this wasn't enough to satisfy his escalating bloodlust. In the final moments of Carlos's life, Grossi began beating him with a wooden club, fracturing ribs and causing internal bleeding that would have killed him even without the poison or strangulation. It was overkill in the most literal sense. Multiple lethal methods applied simultaneously in an orgy of violence that spoke to complete psychological breakdown. When it was over, when Carlos's battered body finally lay still on his bedroom floor, Grossi faced his greatest challenge yet, explaining the obvious signs of violence to his family and neighbors. The extensive injuries couldn't be dismissed as the result of natural illness or childhood accidents. They demanded an explanation that would satisfy increasingly suspicious observers. His solution revealed the cunning that had allowed him to operate undetected for so long. Grossi staged an elaborate burglary scene, ransacking his own home and claiming that intruders had broken in during the night, murdered Carlos during a robbery attempt, and fled with various household valuables. He even inflicted minor injuries on himself to support the story, creating scratches and bruises that could be attributed to a struggle with the fictional criminals. The performance was masterful in its execution. When neighbors arrived in response to his screams for help, they found a seemingly devastated father clutching his murdered son's body, while blood from his own wounds created a tableau of tragedy that defied skeptical analysis. Who would suspect that a man would murder his own child and then stage such an elaborate deception? But even masterful performances leave traces for those trained to recognize them. The staging was too perfect, the timeline too convenient, the injuries to Grossi himself too minor compared to the massive trauma inflicted on his son. A more sophisticated investigation might have detected these inconsistencies, but the overworked police forces of 1897 Buenos Aires lacked the resources and training to conduct such detailed forensic analysis. Carlos's funeral drew the largest crowd yet, as word of the home invasion murder spread through the neighborhood. Grossi played his role perfectly, accepting condolences with the appropriate mixture of grief and anger. He spoke passionately about the need for better police protection, about the dangers that threatened honest working families, about his determination to seek justice for his murdered son. But beneath the performance, something had fundamentally changed. The combination of multiple murder methods in Carlos's death had pushed Grossi across a psychological threshold from which there would be no return. The careful, methodical killer who had eliminated his first two victims had evolved into something far more dangerous. A predator whose appetite for violence was growing faster than his ability to satisfy it safely. As winter gave way to spring in Buenos Aires, as the city awakened from the cold months with renewed energy and hope, Cayetano Domingo Grossi began planning his next murder. But this time, he wouldn't be content with a single victim. This time, he would attempt something that would cement his place in criminal history as one of the most prolific family annihilators the world has ever seen. The monster had learned to love the taste of blood, and its hunger was about to consume everything in its path. The spring of 1897 brought with it a feverish intensity to Cayetano Grossi's murderous campaign that would ultimately prove to be his downfall. The successful staging of Carlos's death as a home invasion had given him a dangerous sense of invincibility, a belief that he could manipulate not just his victims but the entire apparatus of law enforcement and community perception. This hubris would drive him to attempt his most audacious crime yet, the simultaneous murder of his 3 remaining children in what he planned as the grand finale to his reign of domestic terror. But the monster had grown careless in his success. Each previous murder had left psychological scars that manifested as subtle changes in behavior, micro-expressions that trained observers might recognize as signs of deception or concealed guilt. Father Miguel Santos, whose initial concerns about the Grossi family had been noted by local authorities, began maintaining a discreet but persistent watch over the surviving children during their increasingly rare appearances at church services. What the priest observed troubled him deeply. The remaining Grossi children, 2 boys aged 12 and 14, and a girl of 13, displayed behavioral patterns that spoke of profound trauma and fear. They flinched when adults approached them quickly. They avoided eye contact with authority figures. Most disturbingly, they showed signs of what would later be recognized as learned helplessness, a psychological condition that develops when individuals are subjected to repeated abuse from which they cannot escape. These children move like beaten dogs. Father Santos confided to Dr. Eduardo Ramirez, a physician who occasionally provided medical care to the parish's poorest families. They show none of the natural curiosity or energy that should characterize young people their age. Something is deeply wrong in that household. Dr. Ramirez, whose own observations had led him to similar conclusions, agreed to conduct an informal examination of the surviving children under the pretext of ensuring their health following the traumatic loss of their siblings. What he discovered would provide the first concrete evidence that the Grossi family tragedies were not the result of fate or criminal misfortune, but of systematic domestic abuse. The medical examination revealed patterns of injury consistent with prolonged physical abuse, healed fractures that had never been properly set, scars from burns that couldn't be explained by household accidents. Most tellingly, all 3 children showed signs of chronic poisoning, symptoms that Dr. Ramirez recognized from his medical training but had never encountered in a domestic setting. These children are being systematically abused, Dr. Ramirez reported to local authorities. The pattern of injuries, the toxicological symptoms, the behavioral manifestations, everything points to deliberate, ongoing violence within the household. And if my suspicions are correct, the previous deaths in this family may not have been as natural as they appeared. This report triggered the first official investigation into Cayetano Grossi's activities, though it would prove to be too little, too late to save his remaining victims. The wheels of justice turned slowly in 1897 Buenos Aires, hampered by bureaucratic inefficiency, lack of resources, and the general reluctance to interfere in domestic affairs that were traditionally considered private family matters. Grossi, meanwhile, was accelerating his timeline in response to subtle signs that his activities were drawing unwanted attention. He had noticed the priest's increased interest in his family, had observed the doctor's careful examination of his children, and had detected a shift in neighborhood attitudes that suggested growing suspicion about his string of tragic losses. Rather than recognizing these warning signs as reasons to cease his murderous activities, Grossi interpreted them as challenges to be overcome through even more audacious crimes. His psychological profile had evolved to the point where risk itself had become an intoxicating element of the murder process. The possibility of detection didn't frighten him. It excited him, added an element of competitive challenge that made each killing more satisfying than the last. The plan he developed for eliminating his 3 remaining children represented the culmination of everything he had learned during his previous murders. He would combine poison, physical violence, and elaborate staging in a single night of carnage that would eliminate all remaining witnesses to his crimes, while creating a narrative so compelling that investigators would never suspect the truth. The chosen method was arsenic poisoning administered through their evening meal, followed by individual strangulation once the poison had weakened them sufficiently to prevent resistance. But Grossi's plan went beyond mere murder. He intended to stage the scene as a tragic accident involving a faulty gas line that had leaked poison throughout the house, killing the children while they slept. The preparation phase revealed the full extent of his psychological transformation. Grossi spent days acquiring the necessary materials, studying the layout of his home to determine optimal staging, and rehearsing the sequence of actions that would need to be completed within a narrow window of time. He approached the planning with the meticulous attention to detail of a military strategist preparing for a complex operation. But the monster had underestimated the psychological toll of his previous crimes. The accumulated stress of maintaining his facade while harboring such monstrous secrets had begun to manifest in ways that made him increasingly conspicuous to observant neighbors. His sleep patterns had become erratic, marked by nightmares that caused him to cry out in the darkness. His appetite had disappeared, leading to dramatic weight loss that gave his face a gaunt, haunted appearance. Most tellingly, he had developed a nervous tic, a repetitive touching of his throat that suggested subconscious guilt about the strangulation methods he had used on his victims. These behavioral changes hadn't gone unnoticed by his wife, who had begun asking increasingly pointed questions about her husband's strange conduct and their children's obvious fear of their father. Maria Grossi had accepted the deaths of her earlier children as tragic but natural events, but the accumulation of losses combined with her husband's deteriorating mental state had begun to penetrate even her desperate denial. The confrontation came 3 days before Grossi planned to execute his final massacre. Maria cornered her husband in their kitchen after the children had gone to bed, demanding answers to questions she had been afraid to voice for months. "What happened to our babies, Cayetano?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. "What really happened to Maria Elena and little Carlos? Why do our surviving children look at you with such terror in their eyes?" For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, husband and wife stared at each other across the kitchen table that had served as the site of so many poisoned meals. In Maria's eyes, Grossi saw the dawning recognition that had been building for weeks, the terrible understanding that her husband was not the man she had married, that something monstrous had taken his place. His response revealed the complete absence of human empathy that now defined his psychological state. Rather than attempting to reassure or deceive his wife, Grossi simply smiled, a cold, predatory expression that confirmed her worst fears. "They died because I killed them," he said, his voice carrying the casual tone one might use to discuss the weather. "And if you continue asking questions, you'll join them." The threat galvanized Maria into action she should have taken months earlier. That night, while Grossi slept the fitful sleep of the damned, she gathered her 3 surviving children and fled to her sister's house across the city. But rather than immediately reporting her husband to authorities, she made the fatal mistake of believing that distance alone would be sufficient protection from his violence. Grossi awoke to an empty house and the immediate understanding that his carefully constructed world was collapsing around him. The departure of his wife and children didn't just eliminate his intended victims. It created witnesses who could testify about his crimes, evidence that could be used to unravel his entire operation. His response demonstrated the complete psychological breakdown that had been building throughout his murderous campaign. Rather than fleeing the city or attempting to negotiate his family's return, Grossi embarked on a frenzied search for his wife and children that drew the attention of every law enforcement agency in Buenos Aires. The manhunt that followed revealed the true scope of his crimes to investigators who had previously viewed the Grossi family tragedies as separate, unrelated incidents. Detectives examining his abandoned home found evidence that painted a horrifying picture of systematic domestic violence. Hidden supplies of poison, improvised torture devices, and most damning of all, a detailed journal in which Grossi had recorded his thoughts and methods during each murder. The journal entries provided a window into the mind of Argentina's first documented serial killer that shocked even experienced investigators. Written in Grossi's careful handwriting, the pages chronicled not just the mechanical details of each murder, but his emotional responses to the killings, his evolving techniques, and his plans for future victims. One entry, dated just days after Maria Elena's death, read, "The girl's eyes at the end, such beautiful terror. She knew what was happening, understood that her papa had become her executioner. The power in that moment was intoxicating. I felt like God deciding who lives and dies. Tomorrow I begin planning Carlos's death. It will be slower, more artistic." Another entry, written after Carlos's elaborate torture campaign, revealed the depth of his sadistic pleasure. 3 weeks of perfect control over another human being. Every scream, every tear, every moment of despair was mine to create and mine to savor. The boy broke completely by the end, accepting his fate like a lamb led to slaughter. But even broken, he provided such exquisite entertainment. These discoveries transformed the search for Grossi from a missing persons case into the largest manhunt in Buenos Aires history. Newspapers seized upon the story, sensationalizing details that horrified readers while simultaneously fascinating them with the unprecedented nature of the crimes. Headlines screamed variations of Monster Father and the Beast of Buenos Aires, cementing Grossi's place in the public consciousness as a symbol of ultimate evil. The search ended on a rain-soaked Thursday morning in May 1897, when police cornered Grossi in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Rather than surrender peacefully, he chose to make a final stand that reflected the violent nature that had defined his criminal career. The confrontation lasted nearly 3 hours, with Grossi using improvised weapons and his intimate knowledge of the warehouse layout to evade capture while shouting threats and confessions that provided even more evidence of his guilt. Witnesses reported that he seemed to take pleasure in describing his crimes in graphic detail, as if the attention of law enforcement officers provided the audience he had always craved for his murderous achievements. "You'll never understand the pleasure I felt," he screamed at the assembled officers. "You've never held life and death in your hands, never felt the power of deciding who deserves to continue breathing. My children were lucky to die by their father's hands rather than succumbing to the slow rot of poverty and ignorance." The final moments came when Grossi, cornered and facing inevitable capture, made a desperate charge toward the police line while wielding a butcher's knife he had found in the warehouse. The responding officers, fearing for their lives and those of the civilians who had gathered to watch the drama unfold, opened fire with their service revolvers. Cayetano Domingo Grossi died as violently as he had lived, his body riddled with bullets as he collapsed onto the warehouse floor. His final words, gasped through blood-filled lungs, were a promise that his crimes would inspire others. "I showed them all, what a real man can accomplish when he stops pretending to care about rules." The investigation that followed his death revealed the full scope of his crimes and established patterns that would later be recognized as hallmarks of serial killing behavior. Forensic examination of the previously buried children confirmed that all had died from combinations of poison, physical violence, and suffocation. The systematic nature of the murders, the escalating brutality, and the killer's apparent pleasure in his victims' suffering created a criminal profile that would influence law enforcement approaches to similar cases for decades to come. But perhaps most chilling of all was the discovery that Grossi had been planning to expand his operations beyond his own family. Hidden in his journal were detailed observations about neighborhood children, notes about their schedules and vulnerabilities, and preliminary plans for abductions that would have transformed him from a family annihilator into a more conventional serial killer targeting strangers. The Grossi case became a watershed moment in Argentine criminal history, the first documented instance of serial murder in the country and a stark reminder that the most dangerous predators often hide behind masks of respectability and paternal authority. The surviving children, traumatized beyond measure but alive thanks to their mother's courage, spent years recovering from the psychological damage inflicted by their father's reign of terror. Maria Grossi never remarried, dedicating her remaining years to ensuring that her surviving children received the care and support they needed to overcome their traumatic experiences. She rarely spoke publicly about her husband's crimes, but when she did, her message was always the same. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong, and never assume that family relationships provide automatic protection from violence. The case files from the Grossi investigation remained sealed for nearly 50 years, considered too disturbing for public consumption. When they were finally released to researchers and journalists, they provided unprecedented insight into the mind of a family annihilator and established Argentina's first comprehensive criminal profile of a serial killer. Today, more than a century after his death, Cayetano Domingo Grossi remains a figure of horrified fascination for criminologists, psychologists, and true crime enthusiasts. His crimes demonstrated that the capacity for ultimate evil can lurk behind the most mundane facades, that the people we trust most completely, our parents, our spouses, our family members, are sometimes the ones most capable of destroying us. The monster of Buenos Aires is dead, but the questions his crimes raise about human nature, family dynamics, and the thin line between civilization and savagery continue to resonate. In a world where child abuse and domestic violence remain persistent problems, the story of Cayetano Domingo Grossi serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes the call is coming from inside the house. His legacy is written in blood, carved into the nightmares of survivors, and preserved in the criminal archives of a nation that learned, through unimaginable tragedy, that monsters are real, and sometimes they're the people who tuck us into bed at night. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Atlanta Child Murders. In the sweltering summer of 1979, as the relentless hum of cicadas filled the air beneath Atlanta's towering oaks, a darker force began to creep through the city's streets, more chilling than the oppressive heat itself. Children, bright-eyed, innocent souls whose only crime was being young, black, and vulnerable, started vanishing into the night like smoke dissipating in a malevolent wind. This wasn't the random violence that occasionally mars urban landscapes. This was something calculated, methodical, predatory. A shadow with human form was moving through Atlanta's African-American communities, selecting victims with the cold precision of a farmer choosing livestock for slaughter. What began as isolated disappearances soon escalated into a reign of terror that would grip the city in paralyzing fear for nearly 3 years. 29 children and young adults would fall victim to this nightmare. 29 lives extinguished before they could fully bloom. 29 futures erased by hands that showed no mercy, no hesitation, no humanity. Their names would become a litany of loss that still echoes through Atlanta's collective memory. Edward Hope Smith, Alfred James Evans, Yusef Ali Bell, Angel Lanier. Each one a universe of potential snuffed out by pure evil. But perhaps most terrifying of all was the realization that would eventually dawn on investigators, families, and the entire nation. The monster responsible for this carnage wasn't some mythical beast lurking in abandoned buildings or forgotten alleyways. He was walking among them, appearing normal, even charming to those who encountered him. He was the ultimate predator. A killer who understood that children trust adults, that poverty creates vulnerability, and that society's most marginalized populations make the perfect hunting ground. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of one of America's most horrific serial killing sprees. We'll explore how a single individual transformed the cradle of the civil rights movement into a cemetery for innocence, how an entire city lived in terror of the darkness that claimed its children, and how the truth, when it finally emerged, proved more chilling than anyone had dared imagine. Prepare yourself for a journey into the heart of human evil. What you're about to hear will haunt your dreams and challenge everything you thought you knew about the monsters that walk among us. The first scream echoed through the Techwood Homes housing project on a sweltering July afternoon in 1979, but it would take months before anyone understood that they were hearing the opening note of a symphony of terror that would consume Atlanta's soul. 14-year-old Edward Hope Smith had vanished without a trace from the concrete maze of one of America's first public housing developments, leaving behind only questions that would multiply like cancer cells in the coming months. Edward wasn't supposed to be another statistic. Despite growing up in the harsh environment of Techwood Homes, a place where dreams went to die and hope became a luxury few could afford, he possessed the kind of bright intelligence and infectious smile that made teachers and neighbors believe he might actually escape the cycle of poverty that trapped so many of his peers. His disappearance on July 21, 1979, marked the beginning of something so monstrous that even seasoned investigators would struggle to comprehend its scope. The initial search for Edward followed the depressingly familiar pattern of missing children cases in urban America. Police canvassed the neighborhood with the weary efficiency of officers who had seen too many kids disappear into the void of street life, assuming he would turn up in a few days, either at a friend's house or in juvenile detention. The community organized search parties that combed through abandoned buildings, vacant lots, and the shadowy spaces where runaway children sometimes sought refuge. But Edward Hope Smith would never come home. For days after his disappearance, a passing motorist spotted something horrific floating in the murky waters of the Chattahoochee River, about 20 miles northwest of Atlanta. The decomposing remains barely resembled the vibrant teenager who had walked out of his apartment just days earlier. The body showed signs of trauma that went beyond the natural effects of water and time, evidence that Edward's final hours had been filled with terror and pain that no child should ever experience. The autopsy revealed a pattern of violence that would become sickeningly familiar to investigators over the following months. The cause of death was officially listed as drowning, but the extensive injuries suggested that Edward had been subjected to prolonged torture before being thrown into the river while still alive. His killer hadn't just wanted him dead. He had wanted him to suffer, to experience the complete helplessness of knowing that no one was coming to save him. Dr. Sarah Montgomery, the forensic pathologist who examined Edward's remains, would later describe the case as one that fundamentally changed her understanding of human cruelty. The pattern of injuries wasn't random, she recalled in an interview decades later. Someone had taken their time with this child, had deliberately prolonged his suffering. It suggested a level of sadistic pleasure in inflicting pain that goes beyond ordinary criminal behavior. The medical evidence painted a horrifying picture of Edward's final hours. Ligature marks around his wrists indicated that he had been bound, preventing any possibility of escape or self-defense. Defensive wounds on his hands and arms showed that he had fought desperately against his attacker, clawing and scratching with the primal desperation of a trapped animal. Most disturbing of all were the signs of sexual assault, evidence that this hadn't been a simple kidnapping gone wrong, but a premeditated attack by someone whose appetites extended far beyond mere killing. Edward's funeral drew hundreds of mourners from across Atlanta's African-American community, people who had never met the boy but understood that his death represented something larger than individual tragedy. The Reverend Joseph Lowery, a veteran of the civil rights movement who had stood alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., delivered a eulogy that captured the growing sense of unease in the community. "This child's death is not just a loss for his family," Reverend Lowery intoned, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated grief. "It is an attack on our entire community, a reminder that even in this city that we call the cradle of the civil rights movement, our children are not safe. We must ask ourselves, who among us is capable of such evil? And more importantly, who will be next?" The answer to that final question would come with terrifying swiftness. Less than a month after Edward's funeral, 9-year-old Alfred James Evans vanished while running an errand for his grandmother in the Dixie Hills neighborhood. Unlike Edward, whose disappearance had initially been treated as a possible runaway situation, Alfred's case immediately triggered alarm bells among investigators. He was younger, more vulnerable, and his disappearance followed the same pattern. A child from a poor African-American family, taken from his own neighborhood during daylight hours, with no witnesses and no obvious motive. The search for Alfred consumed the community with an intensity that reflected growing awareness that something unprecedented was happening in Atlanta. Volunteers organized massive search efforts that covered every abandoned building, every vacant lot, every hiding place where a child's body might be concealed. Local television stations provided extensive coverage, broadcasting Alfred's photograph alongside desperate pleas from his family for information about his whereabouts. But the community's worst fears were confirmed when Alfred's body was discovered in a wooded area near the Atlanta city limits, concealed in a shallow grave that suggested his killer had possessed enough presence of mind to attempt hiding the evidence. The condition of the remains indicated that Alfred had been dead for several days before discovery, and the cause of death, manual strangulation, revealed a level of intimate violence that spoke to a killer who derived pleasure from the physical act of taking life. The autopsy results were even more disturbing than those from Edward's case. Alfred had been subjected to prolonged sexual assault before his murder, and evidence suggested that his killer had kept him alive for several days before finally ending his suffering. The boy's small body bore signs of systematic torture, burns, cuts, and bruises that indicated a methodical approach to inflicting pain. Dr. Montgomery, who also performed Alfred's autopsy, noted similarities between the two cases that went beyond mere circumstance. The pattern of injuries, the method of restraint, the evidence of sexual assault, these weren't coincidental similarities, she explained. We were looking at the work of the same individual, someone who had developed a specific methodology for selecting, capturing, and killing children. The revelation that Atlanta was dealing with a serial killer sent shockwaves through the community that extended far beyond the immediate families of the victims. Parents began keeping their children inside after school, organizing informal escort systems to ensure that no child walked alone, and establishing neighborhood watch programs that maintained constant surveillance of areas where children typically played. But the killer was already evolving, adapting his methods to account for the increased security measures that the community had implemented. His next victim would demonstrate a level of boldness that suggested he was growing more confident in his ability to operate without detection, more comfortable with the risk of being caught in the act of hunting children. Yusuf Ali Bell was just 9 years old when he vanished from his apartment complex in the Mechanicsville neighborhood on October 21, 1979. Unlike the previous victims, Yusuf disappeared from a location that should have provided safety, his own home, surrounded by family members and neighbors who knew him well. The circumstances of his disappearance suggested that his killer had either gained access to the building through deception or had somehow lured Yusuf away from the security of his familiar environment. The search for Yusuf mobilized resources from across Georgia, with state and federal law enforcement agencies joining local police in an effort that covered thousands of square miles. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging equipment scoured the forests and swamplands surrounding Atlanta, while dive teams searched every body of water within a 50-mile radius of the city. The massive search effort reflected growing official recognition that Atlanta was dealing with a crisis that transcended normal criminal activity. Yusuf's body was found 3 weeks later in the South River, weighted down with concrete blocks that suggested his killer had been learning from previous mistakes. The location and method of disposal indicated a level of planning and preparation that marked a significant evolution in the killer's methodology. He was no longer simply disposing of bodies. He was actively working to prevent their discovery, buying himself time to select and stalk his next victim. The condition of Yusuf's remains revealed the same pattern of torture and sexual assault that had characterized the previous murders, but with escalations that suggested the killer was deriving increasing pleasure from his crimes. The autopsy showed evidence of bite marks, human tooth impressions that indicated the killer had been literally consuming his victim's flesh during the assault. This cannibalistic element added a new dimension of horror to an already unthinkable series of crimes. The bite mark evidence would prove crucial to the eventual investigation, providing forensic experts with physical evidence that could potentially identify the killer if he were ever apprehended. Dr. William Nash, the forensic odontologist who analyzed the bite impressions, described them as unusually deep and extensive, suggesting that the killer had spent considerable time methodically biting various parts of his victim's body. As autumn gave way to winter in 1979, the Atlanta child murders, as they were becoming known in media coverage, had claimed 3 young lives and terrorized an entire metropolitan area. But investigators were beginning to recognize that they were dealing with something far more sophisticated than a typical serial killer. The methodical nature of the crimes, the consistent pattern of victim selection, and the evolving disposal methods suggested a predator who was learning and adapting with each murder. The killer had demonstrated an ability to move freely through Atlanta's African-American communities, to gain the trust of children and their families, and to operate in broad daylight without attracting attention. These capabilities suggested someone who understood the community intimately, who could blend in seamlessly with his surroundings, and who possessed the kind of superficial charm that allowed him to approach children without triggering their natural wariness of strangers. Perhaps most terrifyingly of all, the escalating violence and increasingly sophisticated disposal methods suggested that the killer was just getting started. The 3 murders that had already traumatized Atlanta were merely the opening movement in what would prove to be one of the most prolific and brutal serial killing sprees in American history. As 1979 drew to a close, parents throughout Atlanta tucked their children into bed with prayers on their lips and terror in their hearts. They understood that somewhere in their city, a monster was planning his next move, selecting his next victim, preparing to strike again with the methodical patience of a spider waiting in its web. The shadow that had fallen over Atlanta was growing darker, and its hunger for innocent blood was far from satisfied. The worst was yet to come. The new year brought no respite from the nightmare that had consumed Atlanta. If anything, 1980 would prove to be the year when the killer's appetite reached its most voracious peak, claiming victim after victim with an acceleration that left investigators scrambling to keep pace with the mounting body count. The methodical predator who had claimed 3 young lives in 1979 was evolving into something far more dangerous. A killing machine that operated with such efficiency that children began disappearing faster than authorities could properly investigate their deaths. The 4th victim, Angel Lanier, vanished on March 4, 1980, from the Thomasville Heights neighborhood. At 12 years old, Angel possessed the kind of street-smart awareness that should have protected her from predators, but her killer had clearly learned to overcome such defenses. Her disappearance marked a significant escalation in the killer's methodology. For the first time, he had successfully abducted a female victim, suggesting that his selection criteria were expanding beyond young African-American males. Angel's body was discovered 6 days later in a wooded area behind an abandoned factory, bound with electrical cord and showing signs of the same pattern of sexual assault and torture that had characterized the previous murders. But there were new elements to her death that revealed disturbing developments in the killer's psychological evolution. The positioning of her body suggested a ritualistic component to the crime. She had been arranged in a specific pose that indicated the killer was developing ceremonial aspects to his murders. Dr. Patricia Williams, the criminal psychologist who joined the investigation team after Angel's murder, identified behavioral patterns that painted a terrifying picture of the killer's mental state. "We're dealing with someone whose crimes are becoming increasingly elaborate," she explained in a confidential report to investigators. The ritualistic positioning of the body, the escalating torture, the expansion of victim types, these all suggest a perpetrator who is deriving enormous psychological satisfaction from his crimes and is actively working to enhance that satisfaction with each murder. The psychological profile that emerged from Angel's murder indicated a killer who was highly organized, methodical, and capable of maintaining a normal facade while committing increasingly horrific crimes. The ability to successfully abduct victims from their own neighborhoods suggested someone with intimate knowledge of the community, possibly a resident who had lived in the area for an extended period and had established relationships that allowed him to move freely without suspicion. But perhaps most disturbing of all was the evidence that the killer was keeping his victims alive for extended periods before murdering them. Angel's autopsy revealed that she had been held captive for several days, subjected to repeated sexual assaults and torture sessions that suggested her captor was treating her death as entertainment rather than simply the endpoint of his crimes. The discovery of Angel's body triggered the largest criminal investigation in Atlanta's history up to that point. Federal agents from the FBI joined local investigators, bringing with them resources and expertise that had proven crucial in other serial killer cases. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation committed additional personnel to what was becoming known as the Atlanta Child Murders Task Force, a joint operation that would eventually involve more than 100 law enforcement officers. Despite these massive resources, the killer struck again before investigators could develop meaningful leads. Jeffrey Lamar Mathis, age 10, disappeared from his home in the East Atlanta neighborhood on March 11, 1980, just 7 days after Angel's body had been discovered. The rapid succession of murders indicated a killer who was either completely indifferent to the massive investigation surrounding his crimes, or was sufficiently confident in his abilities to continue operating despite unprecedented law enforcement attention. Jeffrey's disappearance followed a pattern that was becoming sickeningly familiar to investigators. The boy had been playing in his front yard when he simply vanished, with no witnesses to his abduction and no evidence of a struggle. The killer's ability to snatch children from populated areas during daylight hours suggested a level of boldness that bordered on reckless, but his continued success indicated that this apparent recklessness was actually carefully calculated risk-taking. The search for Jeffrey mobilized every available resource, including National Guard helicopters and volunteer searchers who numbered in the thousands. The massive effort reflected growing community understanding that every hour of delay could mean the difference between finding Jeffrey alive or discovering another small body dumped in Atlanta's growing collection of crime scenes. Jeffrey's remains were found 4 days later in the Chattahoochee River, weighted down with cinder blocks in a method that had become the killer's signature disposal technique. The condition of the body revealed the same pattern of prolonged torture and sexual assault that had characterized the previous murders, but with innovations that suggested the killer was actively experimenting with new methods of inflicting pain. The autopsy results were so disturbing that medical examiner Dr. Montgomery requested that portions of the report be sealed to prevent copycat crimes and to spare the families from unnecessary additional trauma. What can be revealed is that Jeffrey had been kept alive for the entire 4 days between his abduction and the discovery of his body, subjected to continuous torture that demonstrated a level of sadistic creativity that defied rational understanding. The killer is developing his craft, Dr. Williams observed in her updated psychological profile. Each murder provides him with information about what techniques produce the most fear, the most pain, the most psychological terror in his victims. He's literally using these children as test subjects in his exploration of human suffering. The rapid succession of murders was taking a devastating toll on Atlanta's African American community. Schools implemented new security protocols that transformed educational institutions into fortress-like environments where children were never allowed to move without escort. Parents organized complex carpooling systems that ensured no child walked alone, even for short distances. The simple pleasures of childhood, playing outside, visiting friends, riding bicycles through the neighborhood, became luxuries that parents could no longer afford to permit. Local businesses began closing early to reduce the number of children on the streets after school hours. Community centers extended their hours to provide safe spaces where children could remain under adult supervision until their parents finished work. Churches organized prayer vigils that continued around the clock, with congregation members maintaining constant spiritual warfare against the evil that was consuming their children. But the killer seemed to feed on the community's terror, using the very security measures designed to protect children as tools to identify and isolate potential victims. His next target, Eric Antonio Middlebrooks, age 14, disappeared despite being part of an organized group of teenagers who had been walking together for mutual protection. The killer's ability to successfully abduct a victim from a group situation demonstrated an evolution in his capabilities that left investigators deeply concerned about their ability to predict and prevent future attacks. Eric vanished on May 18, 1980, while walking home from a friend's house with 2 other teenagers. According to witness accounts, a man in a dark-colored car had approached the group and engaged them in conversation before somehow convincing Eric to get into the vehicle. The witnesses described the man as well-dressed, articulate, and seemingly trustworthy, characteristics that allowed him to overcome the teenagers' natural wariness of strangers. This marked the first time that investigators had reliable witness descriptions of the killer, providing crucial information that would eventually contribute to his identification and capture. The witnesses described an African-American male in his early to mid-20s, average height and build, driving what appeared to be a late-model sedan. More importantly, they noted that he had spoken with the confidence and authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed by young people. Eric's body was discovered 2 days later in a remote area of DeKalb County, dumped in a location that suggested intimate familiarity with the local geography. The killer had chosen a spot that was difficult to access and unlikely to be discovered by casual passersby, but was close enough to major roads to allow for quick disposal and escape. This combination of geographic knowledge and tactical thinking reinforced the profile of a highly organized, methodical predator. The autopsy revealed the same pattern of torture and sexual assault that had become the killer's signature, but with refinements that indicated he was becoming more efficient at inflicting maximum trauma in minimum time. Eric had been killed within hours of his abduction, suggesting that the killer was adapting his methodology to account for the increased law enforcement pressure and community vigilance that made holding victims for extended periods increasingly risky. As summer arrived in Atlanta, the city existed in a state of constant tension that resembled a war zone more than a major American metropolitan area. The killer had claimed 6 young lives in less than a year, and the acceleration in his murder timeline suggested that he was entering the most dangerous phase of his criminal career. Profilers warned that serial killers often experience periods of frenzied activity before either being captured or suffering psychological breakdown, and all evidence suggested that Atlanta's monster was approaching such a crisis point. The community response had evolved from shock and grief into something resembling organized resistance against an occupying enemy force. Neighborhood watch groups maintained 24-hour surveillance of areas where children congregated. Parents equipped their children with whistles, personal alarms, and instructions about emergency escape routes. Local businesses donated resources to establish safe houses where children could seek refuge if they felt threatened. But despite these extensive precautions, the killer continued to operate with apparent impunity. His ability to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in the community's defense systems suggested a predator who understood human psychology with frightening sophistication. He seemed to know exactly when and where to strike to maximize his chances of success while minimizing his risk of capture. The seventh victim, Christopher Richardson, age 12, disappeared on June 9, 1980, from the Joyland neighborhood while riding his bicycle to a local store. His abduction occurred despite the presence of multiple adult witnesses, none of whom recognized the interaction as dangerous until Christopher simply vanished along with the man who had been speaking with him. Christopher's body was never recovered, marking the first time that the killer had successfully concealed his victim completely. This development terrified investigators because it suggested either that the killer was becoming more sophisticated about body disposal or that he was keeping victims alive for longer periods at secure locations. Both possibilities indicated an escalation that promised even more horrific crimes in the future. The absence of Christopher's remains also deprived investigators of crucial forensic evidence that had been helping them understand the killer's methods and psychology. Without autopsy results, they couldn't determine whether the killer's pattern of torture and assault was continuing to evolve, couldn't collect additional DNA evidence that might eventually identify him, and couldn't provide families with the closure that comes from recovering their loved one's remains. As 1980 progressed toward its midpoint, Atlanta existed in the grip of terror unlike anything the city had experienced since the Civil War. 7 children were dead or missing, families were afraid to allow their children outside, and investigators were no closer to identifying the monster responsible for transforming one of America's most vibrant cities into a hunting ground for human predators. The killer had established complete psychological dominance over an entire metropolitan area, demonstrating that a single individual with sufficient ruthlessness and intelligence could hold millions of people hostage through nothing more than the systematic murder of their most vulnerable citizens. Atlanta was learning a lesson that would resonate throughout American law enforcement for decades. Sometimes the monsters are real, and sometimes they win. But the killer's success was also creating the conditions for his eventual downfall. Each murder generated additional evidence, each witness encounter provided more information about his appearance and methods, and each successful hunt made him more confident and therefore more likely to take risks that would eventually expose him to capture. The terror was deepening, but so was the resolve of those committed to stopping it. The question that haunted Atlanta as summer intensified was whether they would identify and capture the killer before he claimed even more innocent lives, or whether the city would be forced to watch helplessly as its children continued disappearing into the darkness that had consumed their community. The scorching summer of 1980 brought with it a level of violence that transformed Atlanta into something resembling a war zone, where parents armed their children with panic alarms and the sound of sirens became as constant as the buzzing of cicadas in the oppressive heat. The killer, emboldened by months of successful hunting and seemingly immune to the massive law enforcement dragnet closing around him, entered the most prolific phase of his murderous career, a blood-soaked rampage that would claim victims with such rapid succession that morgues struggled to process the mounting casualties. LaTanya Wilson, age 7, became the 8th confirmed victim when she vanished from her home in the Capitol Homes housing project on June 22, 1980. Unlike previous abductions that had occurred in public spaces, LaTanya disappeared from what should have been the ultimate sanctuary, her own bedroom, while her family slept just feet away. The killer's ability to penetrate the supposedly secure environment of a family home marked a terrifying escalation that left no parent in Atlanta feeling that their children were safe anywhere. The circumstances of LaTanya's disappearance revealed a predator who had evolved far beyond opportunistic street crimes into something approaching military-level tactical operations. Evidence suggested that he had conducted surveillance of the Wilson home for several days, learning the family's routines and identifying vulnerabilities in their security arrangements. Window screens had been carefully cut rather than torn, doors remained unlocked, and there were no signs of struggle, indicating that Latanya had been either drugged into unconsciousness or somehow convinced to leave voluntarily with her abductor. Latanya's body was discovered 4 days later in a drainage culvert behind an abandoned gas station, positioned in the ritualistic pose that was becoming the killer's signature calling card. The autopsy revealed torture methods that had reached new levels of sophisticated cruelty, with evidence of systematic nerve damage that suggested the killer had acquired medical knowledge about pain receptors and was using that information to maximize his victim's suffering. Dr. Robert Hayes, the forensic pathologist who examined Latanya's remains, described the injuries as methodical to the point of being scientific. The killer had apparently spent considerable time experimenting with different torture techniques, documenting which methods produced the most dramatic responses, and refining his approach based on the results. "We're dealing with someone who views torture as a craft to be perfected," Dr. Hayes observed. "The precision of the injuries suggests hours of deliberate work." The medical evidence painted a horrifying picture of Latanya's final days. She had been kept alive for the entire 4-day period between her abduction and death, subjected to continuous torture that included elements of psychological warfare designed to maximize terror alongside physical pain. The killer had apparently used mirrors to force Latanya to watch her own torture, had played recordings of other children crying, and had described in graphic detail what he planned to do to her family members if she tried to escape. But perhaps most disturbing of all was evidence that the killer was documenting his crimes. Polaroid photographs found scattered around Latanya's body showed various stages of her torture, apparently taken as souvenirs of the killer's handiwork. The photographs were too graphic to be released to media or families, but their existence confirmed investigators' worst fears. They were dealing with a predator who was treating murder as entertainment and was creating a personal archive of his victims' suffering. The discovery of the photographs triggered a massive federal investigation that brought FBI profilers, forensic psychologists, and specialized task forces to Atlanta. The Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit, which had been developing new techniques for understanding serial killer psychology, deployed its most experienced agents to create a comprehensive profile of the Atlanta child murderer. Agent Douglas Mitchell, who led the federal profiling effort, described the Atlanta killer as one of the most sophisticated and dangerous predators we have encountered. The combination of tactical planning, psychological manipulation, and escalating violence suggested someone with possible military or law enforcement training, advanced education, and a complete absence of normal human empathy. The profile that emerged painted a terrifying picture of a killer who was likely living a completely normal life while committing unthinkable crimes during his spare time. He probably had a steady job, maintained positive relationships with colleagues and neighbors, and projected an image of respectability that would make him virtually immune to suspicion. This ability to compartmentalize his murderous activities while maintaining a normal facade marked him as what psychologists term a high-functioning psychopath, the most dangerous type of serial killer because of their ability to operate undetected within normal society. The killer's next victim, Aaron Jackson, age 9, disappeared on July 6, 1980, while playing in Vest Park during a community gathering attended by hundreds of people. The abduction occurred in broad daylight, witnessed by numerous adults who initially interpreted the interaction as a normal conversation between a child and a friendly adult. By the time anyone realized that Aaron was missing, both he and his abductor had vanished completely. Witness descriptions provided investigators with their most detailed look yet at the killer's modus operandi. He had approached Aaron while carrying what appeared to be a clipboard and wearing clothing that suggested some form of official capacity, possibly a youth worker or community volunteer. The killer had engaged Aaron in what appeared to be friendly conversation, gradually moving him away from the crowd before disappearing entirely. This technique, using the appearance of authority to gain victims' compliance, represented a significant evolution in the killer's methodology. Rather than relying on physical force or deception, he was now exploiting children's natural inclination to trust and obey adults who seemed to represent legitimate authority. The psychological sophistication required for such manipulation indicated a predator who understood child psychology with frightening accuracy. Aaron's body was found 3 days later floating in the Chattahoochee River, but unlike previous victims, his remains showed signs of having been dumped from a considerable height, possibly from a bridge or aircraft. This disposal method suggested that the killer was adapting his techniques to account for increased surveillance of his usual dumping grounds, and was willing to take significant risks to avoid detection during the disposal process. The autopsy revealed the same pattern of sexual assault and torture that characterized previous murders, but with innovations that suggested the killer was becoming increasingly creative in his methods of inflicting suffering. Aaron had been subjected to forms of psychological torture that went beyond physical pain. He had been forced to write goodbye letters to his family, had been shown photographs of previous victims, and had been made to participate in mock funeral services for himself. These psychological torture techniques revealed a killer who understood that mental anguish could be as devastating as physical pain, and who was actively working to maximize the total suffering inflicted on each victim. The sadistic creativity demonstrated in Aaron's murder indicated a predator whose crimes were motivated not by sexual gratification or anger, but by pure enjoyment of others' pain. As the summer of 1980 reached its peak, the killer's pace accelerated to a level that left investigators struggling to keep pace with the mounting casualties. Patrick Baltazar, age 11, disappeared on July 19th while visiting relatives in the Dixie Hills neighborhood. His abduction followed the same pattern: a friendly approach by an apparently trustworthy adult, gradual movement away from safety, and complete disappearance without witnesses to the actual moment of abduction. Patrick's body was discovered 2 days later in a wooded area near the Chattahoochee River, but the killer had made a crucial mistake that would eventually contribute to his identification and capture. Tire tracks found near the disposal site matched an unusual tire pattern that investigators were able to trace to specific vehicle types, providing the first concrete physical evidence linking the murders to a particular suspect. The tire track evidence was processed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Forensic Laboratory, which determined that the tracks had been made by a specific brand and size of tire that was primarily sold to owners of late-model station wagons and utility vehicles. This information allowed investigators to narrow their search parameters significantly, focusing surveillance efforts on individuals who owned vehicles matching the tire track specifications. But even as investigators celebrated this breakthrough, the killer struck again with a boldness that suggested either complete indifference to the closing investigative net or a level of confidence that bordered on supernatural. Joseph Bell, age 15, vanished on July 26th while riding his bicycle through the Techwood Homes area, the same neighborhood where Edward Hope Smith had disappeared nearly a year earlier. Joseph's age marked him as the oldest victim to date, suggesting that the killer's selection criteria were continuing to expand. The successful abduction of a 15-year-old male, who would have been strong enough and aware enough to resist most forms of coercion, indicated that the killer had developed techniques sophisticated enough to overcome even the most prepared potential victims. Joseph's body was never recovered, joining Christopher Richardson in the category of missing victims whose fates could only be inferred from the killer's established patterns. The absence of remains deprived investigators of crucial forensic evidence while adding an additional layer of psychological torture to the family's grief. They were forced to live with uncertainty about their children's final moments and the location of their remains. The disappearances without recovered bodies also raised terrifying questions about the killer's evolving methodology. Was he becoming more sophisticated about body disposal, or was he keeping victims alive for longer periods at secure locations? Both possibilities suggested an escalation that promised even more horrific crimes in the future. As August arrived with temperatures that turned Atlanta's streets into furnaces, the killer claimed his 13th victim, Clifford Jones, age 12, who disappeared while walking to a neighborhood store on August 20th, 1980. Clifford's abduction occurred despite his adherence to all the safety protocols that parents had desperately implemented. He was traveling during daylight hours, on a route he knew well, and had told his family exactly where he was going and when he expected to return. Clifford's body was discovered the following day in a dumpster behind an abandoned factory, marking the first time the killer had disposed of remains in an urban location rather than natural settings like rivers or wooded areas. This change in disposal methods suggested either that the killer was becoming more reckless or that he was deliberately taunting investigators by placing bodies in locations where they would be discovered quickly. The autopsy revealed torture methods that had reached new levels of systematic cruelty, with evidence suggesting that the killer had spent the entire night between Clifford's abduction and death conducting elaborate torture sessions. The boy's body showed signs of having been subjected to various forms of electrical torture, chemical burns, and systematic mutilation that indicated the killer was treating torture as a form of artistic expression. Dr. Hayes, who had examined all of the Atlanta child murder victims, noted that the evolution in torture methods suggested a killer who was actively studying the science of pain. The progression from simple strangulation and sexual assault to elaborate torture scenarios indicated someone who was treating each murder as a learning experience, constantly refining his techniques based on victim responses. By the end of August 1980, 13 children had been confirmed killed by the Atlanta child murderer, with several additional disappearances that likely represented additional victims whose bodies had not been recovered. The acceleration in the murder timeline had reached a pace that left investigators and community members feeling completely helpless. Children were disappearing faster than they could be mourned, and the killer seemed to be operating with complete impunity despite massive law enforcement efforts. The psychological impact on Atlanta's African American community had reached crisis levels. Families were keeping their children essentially imprisoned in their homes. Schools were operating under lockdown conditions that resembled wartime security measures. And the simple act of allowing a child to walk to school had become a decision that required extensive planning and multiple safety protocols. Local hospitals reported significant increases in anxiety-related disorders among both children and adults, as the entire community struggled to cope with the reality that a predator was hunting their most vulnerable members with apparent immunity from law enforcement intervention. Mental health counselors were overwhelmed with cases of childhood trauma, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorders that would affect survivors for decades to come. But perhaps most terrifying of all was the growing realization that the killer was feeding on the community's terror, using their fear as fuel for his escalating violence. Each new security measure seemed to inspire him to develop more sophisticated circumvention techniques. Each community gathering organized for mutual protection became a hunting ground where he could study potential victims and identify vulnerabilities to exploit. The killer had achieved what terrorists throughout history have sought: complete psychological dominance over a population many times larger than himself. Through nothing more than the systematic murder of children, he had transformed one of America's major cities into his personal hunting preserve, where millions of people modified their behavior to accommodate his appetite for innocent blood. As summer gave way to autumn in 1980, Atlanta faced a horrifying reality. The monster was just getting started. The acceleration in murders, the escalating torture methods, and the expanding victim profile all suggested that the worst was yet to come. The killer had found his rhythm, perfected his techniques, and demonstrated his complete immunity to law enforcement efforts. The only question was whether anyone would be able to stop him before he consumed every child in Atlanta. The autumn of 1980 brought with it a desperation that permeated every corner of Atlanta like smoke from a house fire, thick, choking, and impossible to escape. 14 children had been confirmed murdered, with several more missing and presumed dead. Yet the killer continued to operate with the methodical precision of a machine designed for harvesting innocent lives. But beneath the surface of apparent law enforcement futility, a complex web of evidence was slowly but inexorably closing around the predator who had terrorized an entire city. The break that investigators had been praying for came from an unexpected source, not from the sophisticated forensic techniques or psychological profiling that had consumed thousands of man-hours, but from the killer's own growing arrogance and the sharp eyes of ordinary citizens who refused to accept that their community had become a slaughterhouse for children. On the night of May 22, 1981, as Atlanta sweltered under an oppressive blanket of humidity that made the air itself seem hostile to human life, 2 patrol officers were conducting routine surveillance of the James Jackson Parkway Bridge over the Chattahoochee River. The location had been identified as a potential disposal site based on the pattern of previous body discoveries, and law enforcement agencies had been maintaining sporadic watches in hopes of intercepting the killer during his disposal activities. Officer Carl Holden was nearly asleep in his patrol car when the sound of a loud splash echoed across the water beneath the bridge. The noise was distinctive, not the random debris that occasionally fell into the river, but something heavy and substantial hitting the water with enough force to create a significant disturbance. Within minutes, Holden had radioed for backup and begun searching the area for the source of the sound. What they found would finally put a face on the nightmare that had consumed Atlanta for nearly 2 years. Wayne Bertram Williams, a 23-year-old aspiring music promoter and freelance photographer, was discovered sitting in his Chevrolet station wagon in a parking area near the bridge, appearing nervous and evasive when questioned about his presence in the area. His initial explanations for being there, scouting locations for a photo shoot, meeting with potential music clients, seemed plausible enough, but something about his demeanor triggered the experienced officer's suspicion that they were dealing with more than a coincidental encounter. Williams presented himself as an articulate, well-educated young man who lived with his parents in Northwest Atlanta and operated several small businesses related to music promotion and photography. His appearance was unremarkable. Average height and build, well-groomed, dressed in the kind of casual professional attire that allowed him to blend seamlessly into any social situation. To casual observers, he seemed like exactly the kind of ambitious young entrepreneur that Atlanta's thriving business community produced in abundance. But the officers noticed details that suggested a more complex reality beneath Williams' polished exterior. His hands were stained with what appeared to be blood, though he claimed the discoloration came from developing chemicals used in his photography business. His clothing showed signs of recent exposure to water and mud, despite his claims that he hadn't been near the riverbank. Most significantly, his behavior exhibited the kind of nervous energy that experienced law enforcement officers recognize as indicative of guilt and fear of discovery. The initial encounter might have ended with a routine report and no further action, but the discovery of Nathaniel Cater's body in the Chattahoochee River 2 days later transformed Williams from a person of casual interest into the prime suspect in what had become the largest serial murder investigation in American history. Nathaniel Cater, age 27, represented a significant deviation from the killer's established victim profile. Unlike the previous victims who had all been children or teenagers, Cater was a young adult with cognitive disabilities that made him vulnerable to manipulation, but also meant his murder couldn't be easily dismissed as part of the child murder series. The discovery of his body so close to the location where Williams had been encountered created a connection that investigators couldn't ignore. The autopsy results on Cater's remains revealed the same pattern of sexual assault and torture that had characterized the child murders, but with refinements that suggested the killer was continuing to evolve his methods even as law enforcement pressure intensified. More importantly, forensic analysis of fibers found on Cater's body matched unusual carpet and bedding materials that would later be traced to Williams' home and vehicle. The fiber evidence represented a breakthrough that transformed the investigation from a series of seemingly random child murders into a focused effort to build a prosecutable case against a specific suspect. Forensic scientists from the FBI laboratory in Quantico were brought in to conduct the most sophisticated fiber analysis ever attempted in a criminal case, using techniques that were at the cutting edge of 1981 forensic science. The fiber analysis revealed a complex web of physical evidence linking Williams to multiple victims. Fibers from his home carpet were found on 12 different victims, while fibers from his car upholstery were present on 6 bodies. Hair samples recovered from several victims matched Williams' distinctive hair characteristics, and paint particles from his vehicle were discovered on clothing belonging to 3 victims. But perhaps most damning of all was the discovery of bite mark impressions on several victims that matched Williams' unique dental characteristics. Forensic odontologist Dr. Richard Souverin, who had pioneered the use of bite mark evidence in criminal prosecutions, concluded that the probability of the bite marks having been made by anyone other than Williams was essentially zero. As investigators delved deeper into Williams' background, they uncovered a portrait of a deeply disturbed individual who had been displaying warning signs of dangerous behavior for years before escalating to murder. Childhood friends described him as manipulative and prone to violent outbursts, particularly when he felt his authority was being challenged. Teachers recalled incidents where Williams had been caught torturing small animals, a behavior pattern that criminologists recognize as a reliable predictor of future violence toward humans. More disturbing were reports from neighbors and acquaintances who described Williams' unusual interest in young children, particularly African American boys from disadvantaged backgrounds. Several witnesses came forward to report that Williams had been seen in various neighborhoods throughout Atlanta, often carrying cameras and claiming to be scouting for young people who might be interested in music or modeling careers. The pattern that emerged suggested a predator who had used his legitimate business activities as a cover for stalking potential victims. Williams would identify vulnerable children, gain their trust by offering opportunities in entertainment, and then isolate them from safety before revealing his true intentions. His background in photography provided him with both the technical skills to document his crimes and the social access to approach children without triggering suspicion. But Williams had also demonstrated a level of psychological sophistication that made him particularly dangerous. Unlike many serial killers who operate impulsively or chaotically, Williams had approached murder as a business venture, developing systematic methods for victim selection, abduction, torture, and disposal that allowed him to operate undetected for nearly 2 years. The investigation also revealed that Williams had been actively monitoring law enforcement activities, attending press conferences, and even volunteering to help with search efforts. This behavior, which psychologists term injecting himself into the investigation, is common among serial killers who derive additional pleasure from observing the impact of their crimes on both investigators and the community at large. As evidence mounted against Williams, prosecutors faced the challenge of building a case that could result in conviction despite the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence. The fiber analysis and bite mark comparisons were scientifically sound but represented relatively new forensic techniques that might not be readily accepted by juries unfamiliar with such evidence. More problematically, Williams had been careful to avoid leaving witnesses to his actual crimes, meaning that prosecutors would have to rely entirely on physical evidence and circumstantial connections. The decision was made to prosecute Williams for the murders of Nathaniel Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne, another young adult victim whose body had been recovered from the Chattahoochee River with extensive fiber evidence linking him to Williams. These cases offered the strongest forensic evidence while avoiding some of the emotional complications that might arise from prosecuting child murders with less conclusive physical proof. The trial of Wayne Williams began on January 6, 1982, in a Fulton County courthouse that had been transformed into a fortress to protect against potential violence from community members who had been traumatized by nearly 3 years of terror. The proceedings would become one of the most closely watched criminal trials in American history, with media coverage that extended far beyond Atlanta to encompass national and international attention. Prosecutor Joseph Drolet built his case methodically, presenting evidence that painted a picture of Williams as a calculating predator who had used his apparent respectability as camouflage for a campaign of systematic murder. The fiber evidence was presented through expert testimony that explained in exhaustive detail how the various materials found on victims could be traced back to Williams' home and vehicle with scientific certainty. The bite mark evidence proved particularly compelling to jurors, who were able to see photographic comparisons between impressions found on victims and molds made of Williams' teeth. Dr. Souverin's testimony established that the probability of the bite marks having been made by anyone other than Williams was so small as to be essentially impossible. Defense attorney Alvin Binder faced the nearly impossible task of creating reasonable doubt in the face of overwhelming physical evidence. His strategy focused on challenging the reliability of the fiber analysis and questioning whether the circumstantial evidence was sufficient to support conviction for such serious crimes. He also attempted to present Williams as a young man whose legitimate business activities had been misconstrued by investigators desperate to solve high-profile cases. But perhaps most significantly, Binder was forced to confront the emotional reality that his client was being tried not just for 2 specific murders, but for the collective trauma that had been inflicted on an entire community. The families of victims filled the courtroom each day, their presence serving as a constant reminder of the human cost of the crimes that Williams was alleged to have committed. The prosecution's case was strengthened by the decision to present evidence linking Williams to several of the child murders, even though he was not being formally tried for those crimes. This strategy allowed prosecutors to establish a pattern of behavior that supported their contention that Williams was responsible for the entire series of Atlanta child murders, while avoiding the burden of proving each individual case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Williams' psychological profile, describing him as a classic example of an organized serial killer who derived pleasure from both the act of murder and the power he wielded over his victims and the community at large. Dr. Patricia Williams, who had been involved in the investigation from its early stages, testified that the escalating violence and sophisticated methodology demonstrated in the murders was consistent with Williams' personality type and background. The testimony that perhaps sealed Williams' fate came from witnesses who had seen him with various victims shortly before their disappearances. While no witness had observed the actual murders, The pattern of contacts established a timeline that coincided perfectly with the abduction dates of multiple victims. On February 27, 1982, after deliberating for nearly 12 hours, the jury returned guilty verdicts on both murder charges. Wayne Bertram Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, bringing to an end one of the most traumatic chapters in Atlanta's history. The conviction was greeted with a mixture of relief and skepticism from the African American community, many of whom questioned whether Williams had acted alone or whether the investigation had been concluded prematurely to provide political resolution to a crisis that had damaged Atlanta's national reputation. These concerns would persist for decades, fueling ongoing debates about the completeness of the investigation and the possibility that additional perpetrators had escaped justice. But for the families who had lost children to the Atlanta child murderer, Williams' conviction provided a measure of closure that allowed them to begin the long process of healing from their trauma. The knowledge that the person responsible for their loved ones' deaths was facing life imprisonment offered some comfort, even if it could never fully compensate for their losses. The Atlanta child murders case established new standards for serial killer investigations, demonstrating the effectiveness of coordinated multi-agency task forces and sophisticated forensic analysis techniques. The fiber evidence that proved crucial to Williams' conviction became a model for similar prosecutions, while the psychological profiling methods developed during the investigation influenced law enforcement approaches to serial crimes for decades to come. Perhaps most importantly, the case highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized communities to predatory violence and the importance of taking seriously crimes against victims who might otherwise be overlooked by society. The 29 young lives lost during Williams' reign of terror became symbols of the need for law enforcement agencies to protect all citizens equally, regardless of their social status or economic circumstances. As Wayne Williams began serving his life sentence in a Georgia maximum security prison, Atlanta slowly began the process of healing from its collective trauma. The playgrounds filled with children again, parents began allowing their sons and daughters to venture beyond their front doors, and the city gradually reclaimed its identity as something more than the hunting ground of a monster. But the scars remained, carved deep into the collective memory of a community that had learned firsthand that evil can wear a human face, that monsters can walk among us undetected, and that the price of safety is eternal vigilance. The Atlanta child murders would never be forgotten, serving as a permanent reminder that the darkness is always waiting, and that sometimes it takes the form of someone who looks just like us. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Grim Sleeper, How One Man Turned South LA into His Personal Killing Ground, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. In the scorching wasteland of South Central Los Angeles, where dreams go to die and hope withers under the merciless California sun, a phantom stalked the streets for over 2 decades, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and broken families that would span generations. This wasn't your typical serial killer who struck in frenzied bursts of violence. This was something far more sinister, far more calculated, far more terrifying. He was a patient predator who understood that time was his greatest weapon. For 25 years, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. moved through the shadows of one of America's most forgotten communities like death itself. Invisible, inevitable, and absolutely merciless. The media would eventually christen him the Grim Sleeper, a name that barely scratched the surface of the nightmare he unleashed upon vulnerable women whose society had already discarded. But this monster's true horror lay not just in his body count, though 10 confirmed murders and countless more suspected would cement his place in criminal infamy. No, the real terror came from his methodology, his ability to vanish completely between kills, sometimes for years at a time, before resurging with a hunger that had only grown more sophisticated, more brutal, more depraved during his periods of apparent dormancy. He didn't just murder these women, he obliterated them. He erased them so completely that some weren't even reported missing for weeks. He preyed on sex workers, drug addicts, and women living on society's margins, understanding with predatory intelligence that their disappearances would generate minimal police attention and even less public outcry. Franklin's victims weren't just killed. They were hunted, stalked, tortured, and disposed of like garbage in the urban wasteland he had transformed into his personal killing field. Each murder was a masterpiece of calculated cruelty, executed with the cold precision of someone who had turned death into an art form. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of one of America's most prolific and methodical serial killers. We'll explore how a seemingly ordinary mechanic and garbage collector became the angel of death for South Central LA, how he perfected the art of invisible murder, and how his quarter-century reign of terror finally ended when modern forensic science caught up with decades of perfectly executed crimes. What you're about to hear will chill you to your core and forever change how you view the monsters that hide in plain sight. This is the story of the Grim Sleeper, a predator so patient, so methodical, so utterly ruthless that he almost got away with the perfect crime spree. Almost. The first scream echoed through the desolate streets of South Central Los Angeles on August 10, 1985, but it would be buried beneath the urban symphony of sirens, gunshots, and grinding poverty that defined life in one of America's most dangerous neighborhoods. Deborah Jackson, a 29-year-old woman struggling with addiction and forced into sex work to survive, had no idea that her encounter with a seemingly friendly stranger would inaugurate one of the most terrifying chapters in Los Angeles criminal history. The predator who approached Deborah that sweltering summer evening appeared unremarkable. Exactly what made him so devastatingly effective. Lonnie David Franklin Jr. possessed the kind of forgettable face that allowed him to blend seamlessly into any crowd, any neighborhood, any situation where vulnerable women might be found. Average height, average build, with the calloused hands of someone who worked honest labor for a living. To the desperate women who climbed into his car seeking quick money for their next fix. He looked like salvation wrapped in working-class respectability. But behind his mild exterior lurked something so malevolent that it defied rational understanding. A creature that had learned to weaponize trust, to transform compassion into a trap, to use society's most vulnerable members as raw material for his twisted fantasies. Franklin had discovered that in the forgotten corners of South Central LA, he could hunt human beings with the same impunity that others might hunt animals, and with far less risk of consequences. Deborah Jackson's final hours began like countless other transactions in the shadow economy of sex and drugs that thrived in LA's urban wasteland. Franklin approached her with the smooth confidence of someone who had refined his predatory techniques through years of practice, offering money for services that would take them away from the relative safety of public streets to the isolated locations where he preferred to conduct his real business. The drive that followed would become Franklin's signature. A journey from the harsh but familiar danger of street corners to the absolute terror of complete isolation. He had spent years mapping the perfect locations throughout Los Angeles County, abandoned lots and desolate areas where screams would go unheard, where bodies could be disposed of without immediate discovery, where a predator could take all the time he needed to perfect his craft. What happened to Deborah Jackson in those final moments remains partially shrouded in the darkness that Franklin wrapped around all his crimes. But the evidence left behind painted a picture of systematic torture that went far beyond simple murder. When her body was discovered 4 days later in an alley behind an abandoned factory, the condition of her remains told a story of prolonged suffering that shocked even veteran homicide investigators. Detective Ray Hernandez, who caught the Jackson case, described it as unlike anything I had encountered in 15 years of working homicides. The level of violence inflicted on Deborah's body suggested someone who had spent considerable time methodically exploring different ways to inflict pain, as if her murder had been both entertainment and education for her killer. The autopsy performed by Dr. Maria Santos revealed the full scope of Franklin's sadistic methodology. Deborah had been shot multiple times with a .25 caliber pistol, a weapon that Franklin had chosen specifically because it was small enough to conceal easily but powerful enough to incapacitate without immediately killing. The placement of the gunshot wounds indicated that Franklin had deliberately avoided vital organs initially, keeping his victim conscious and aware during extended torture sessions. But the gunshots were merely the opening movement in Franklin's symphony of suffering. Deborah's body showed evidence of systematic torture that included burns from cigarettes and other heat sources, cuts made with surgical precision to maximize pain while avoiding fatal blood loss, and signs of sexual assault that indicated Franklin had spent hours satisfying various perverse appetites before finally ending her life. Perhaps most disturbing of all was evidence that Franklin had photographed various stages of Deborah's torture, apparently creating a personal archive of his victim's suffering. The discovery of camera equipment at the crime scene, along with discarded film containers, suggested that documenting his crimes was as important to Franklin as committing them. The Jackson murder established patterns that would characterize Franklin's killing spree for the next quarter century. He selected victims from society's most marginalized populations, women whose disappearances might not be immediately reported, whose deaths might not generate sustained police attention, whose lives had been so damaged by addiction and poverty that they were essentially invisible to mainstream society. Franklin's victim selection process revealed a predator who understood urban sociology with frightening accuracy. He had identified a population of women who existed in the shadows of legitimate society, who moved through a world where violence was commonplace and trust was a luxury few could afford. These women were perfect targets, accessible, vulnerable, and unlikely to be missed until it was far too late to save them. The second confirmed victim, Henrietta Wright, disappeared on August 12, 1985, just 2 days after Deborah Jackson's body had been discovered. The rapid succession of murders indicated a killer who was either completely indifferent to the police investigation surrounding his first crime, or was sufficiently confident in his methods to continue hunting while law enforcement focused on his previous victim. Henrietta, 35 years old and struggling with the same demons of addiction and poverty that had claimed Deborah, vanished from a street corner less than 5 miles from where her predecessor's body had been found. The proximity of the crimes suggested a predator who was comfortable operating in familiar territory, who had established hunting grounds where he could move freely without attracting unwanted attention. Franklin's approach to Henrietta followed the same methodical pattern that would become his signature. He presented himself as a potential customer, engaged her in conversation that established trust and rapport, then gradually moved the interaction toward an isolated location where he could reveal his true intentions without risk of interference. Henrietta's body was discovered 6 days later in a drainage culvert near the Los Angeles River, positioned in a manner that suggested Franklin was developing ritualistic elements to accompany his murders. The careful positioning of her remains, the specific location chosen for disposal, and the evidence of post-mortem manipulation all indicated a killer who was treating murder as performance art. The autopsy results revealed an escalation in Franklin's torture methods that suggested he was learning from each murder, refining his techniques based on victim responses and his own twisted satisfaction with the results. Henrietta had been subjected to forms of torture that went beyond what Deborah had endured, with evidence of prolonged psychological warfare designed to maximize terror alongside physical pain. Dr. Santos noted that the progression in torture methods between the two murders indicated a perpetrator who is treating these crimes as educational experiences. Franklin was apparently using each victim as an opportunity to experiment with new techniques, to explore different methods of inflicting suffering, and to satisfy increasingly elaborate sadistic fantasies. The third victim, Thomas Steele, represented a significant deviation from Franklin's established pattern. Unlike Deborah and Henrietta, Thomas was male, and his murder suggested that Franklin's appetite for violence was expanding beyond his initial focus on vulnerable women. The inclusion of a male victim indicated a predator whose confidence was growing along with his willingness to take risks. Thomas, a 36-year-old transient who struggled with mental illness and substance abuse, disappeared on August 20th, 1985, from the same general area where Franklin had claimed his previous victims. His murder followed the same methodical pattern: abduction to an isolated location, prolonged torture, and disposal in a manner designed to delay discovery while sending a message to anyone who might be paying attention. The discovery of Thomas's body marked the first time that investigators began to seriously consider the possibility that Los Angeles was dealing with a serial killer. The similarities in victim selection, torture methods, and disposal techniques created a pattern that couldn't be dismissed as coincidental, while the rapid succession of murders indicated a predator who was accelerating his killing timeline. Detective Hernandez, who had been assigned to all 3 cases, requested assistance from the LAPD's newly formed Serial Crimes Unit. "We're looking at someone who has turned murder into a systematic operation," he wrote in his request for additional resources. The methodical nature of these crimes, the escalating violence, and the apparent comfort level of the perpetrator all suggest we're dealing with a highly dangerous individual who is just getting started. The formation of a task force to investigate what the media had begun calling the South Central serial murders marked the beginning of one of the longest-running serial killer investigations in American law enforcement history. But Franklin had already demonstrated an understanding of police procedures and investigative techniques that would allow him to stay ahead of law enforcement efforts for decades. As summer gave way to fall in 1985, Franklin claimed his fourth victim, Barbara Ware, a 23-year-old woman whose youth and relative inexperience in street life made her particularly vulnerable to his sophisticated manipulation techniques. Barbara's murder marked an escalation in Franklin's methodology that included elements of psychological torture designed to maximize her terror before death finally provided release from her suffering. Barbara's body was discovered in conditions that revealed Franklin's growing confidence and his willingness to take risks that reflected his belief in his own invincibility. Rather than hiding her remains in remote locations, he had disposed of her body in an area where discovery was inevitable, almost as if he was taunting investigators with evidence of his crimes. The autopsy results showed that Franklin had spent more time with Barbara than with any of his previous victims, subjecting her to forms of torture that demonstrated increasing creativity and sadistic sophistication. The evidence suggested that he had kept her alive for several days, using her as a test subject for various torture techniques that he would later refine and employ on future victims. By the end of 1985, Franklin had claimed at least 4 lives and established himself as one of Los Angeles's most dangerous predators. But rather than continuing his killing spree, he made a decision that would earn him his eventual nickname and demonstrate a level of strategic thinking that separated him from typical serial killers. Franklin went dormant. For reasons that criminal psychologists would debate for decades, Franklin ceased his murders and vanished back into the mundane world of legitimate employment and normal social interactions. This wasn't the psychological breakdown or arrest that typically ends serial killing sprees. This was a calculated decision by a predator who understood that temporary restraint would allow him to continue hunting for far longer than continued aggressive activity. The sudden cessation of murders left investigators with cold cases that would haunt them for years, families without closure, and a community that gradually began to believe the nightmare was over. But Franklin was merely hibernating, like some malevolent creature waiting for the perfect moment to resume feeding on human suffering. He had learned the most dangerous lesson a serial killer can learn. Patience is the ultimate weapon, and sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones who know when to stop, temporarily. The Grim Sleeper was born in those months of apparent inactivity, a predator so sophisticated that he could switch his murderous appetite on and off like a machine, remaining dormant for years before emerging to claim new victims with techniques perfected during his periods of apparent normalcy. As Los Angeles entered 1986, the city had no idea that its most dangerous predator was still among them, still planning, still hunting, just waiting for the perfect moment to begin killing again. The silence that descended over South Central Los Angeles in early 1986 was more terrifying than the murders that had preceded it. Like a malignant tumor that goes into remission while secretly metastasizing throughout the body, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. had disappeared back into the anonymous masses of working-class LA, carrying with him the knowledge that he had committed the perfect crimes. Murders so methodically executed and expertly concealed that law enforcement had no viable suspects, no meaningful leads, and no realistic hope of solving cases that grew colder with each passing day. But Franklin hadn't stopped being a monster. He had simply learned to hide it more effectively. During what investigators would later term his dormant period, Franklin underwent a psychological evolution that transformed him from an impulsive predator into something far more dangerous. A calculating killing machine capable of restraining his murderous impulses until the perfect opportunity presented itself. He spent these years studying, planning, and perfecting techniques that would allow him to resume his killing spree with even greater efficiency when he finally decided the time was right. Franklin's ability to maintain a facade of complete normalcy while harboring such monstrous impulses represented a level of psychological compartmentalization that criminologists recognize as the hallmark of the most dangerous serial killers. He continued working his legitimate job as a mechanic and part-time garbage collector, maintained relationships with family and friends, and projected an image of respectability that made him effectively invisible to law enforcement scrutiny. But beneath this carefully constructed exterior, Franklin was conducting what amounted to a graduate education in murder. He spent his dormant years analyzing his previous crimes, identifying weaknesses in his methodology, and developing new techniques that would allow him to kill with even greater impunity. He studied police procedures, learned about forensic science advances, and adapted his methods to stay ahead of investigative capabilities. The psychological profile that would later emerge from Franklin's dormant period revealed a predator who treated serial killing as a professional skill to be continuously refined and improved. He wasn't driven by uncontrollable urges or psychological compulsions. He was motivated by the intellectual challenge of committing perfect crimes and the sadistic pleasure he derived from knowing that he could kill with complete immunity from consequences. Franklin's restraint during this period also demonstrated a level of strategic thinking that separated him from typical serial killers. He understood that continued aggressive killing would inevitably lead to his capture, so he made the calculated decision to temporarily cease his murders while maintaining his predatory readiness for future opportunities. This ability to delay gratification for strategic advantage marked him as one of the most sophisticated serial killers in American criminal history. The dormant period lasted nearly 14 years, an unprecedented length of time that allowed Franklin to perfect his techniques while simultaneously providing law enforcement with no new evidence to advance their stalled investigations. By the time he resumed killing in 2002, many of the original investigators had retired or been reassigned, case files had been archived, and public attention had moved on to more recent tragedies. But Franklin had spent those years preparing for a triumphant return to his true calling. When he finally emerged from dormancy, Franklin had evolved into something approaching the perfect serial killer, a predator whose methods had been refined through years of planning and who had learned to exploit every weakness in law enforcement capabilities. His first victim after the 14-year hiatus would demonstrate just how much more dangerous he had become during his period of apparent inactivity. Princess Berthamure, a 15-year-old runaway who had fallen into the same cycle of drugs and prostitution that had claimed Franklin's earlier victims, disappeared on March 19, 2002, from a street corner that had been part of his original hunting ground. Her youth and vulnerability made her the perfect target for a predator who had spent years planning his return to killing. Franklin's approach to Princess revealed the sophisticated techniques he had developed during his dormant period. Rather than the relatively crude methods he had employed in the 1980s, he now operated with the precision of a military tactician, using surveillance, psychological manipulation, and carefully planned logistics to ensure that his crimes would remain undetected. The abduction itself was executed with a level of professionalism that reflected Franklin's years of preparation. He had studied Princess's routine, identified her vulnerabilities, and approached her with a cover story so compelling that she voluntarily entered his vehicle without suspicion. The psychological manipulation techniques he employed had been refined through years of observation and planning. Princess's murder marked the beginning of Franklin's most prolific and sophisticated killing period. The 14-year gap had allowed him to perfect methods that made his earlier crimes seem almost amateurish by comparison. He had learned to eliminate virtually every trace of evidence, to dispose of bodies in ways that delayed discovery and compromised forensic analysis, and to select victims whose disappearances would generate minimal investigation. The location where Princess's body was eventually discovered demonstrated Franklin's enhanced understanding of forensic science and police procedures. He had chosen a disposal site that would be exposed to environmental factors that destroyed potential evidence, while also being remote enough to delay discovery until decomposition had eliminated most traces of his involvement. The autopsy results revealed torture methods that had reached new levels of sophisticated cruelty, with evidence suggesting that Franklin had spent considerable time during his dormant period developing new techniques for inflicting maximum pain while prolonging his victim's suffering. Princess had been subjected to forms of torture that incorporated elements of psychological warfare designed to enhance her terror alongside physical agony. Dr. Rodriguez, the forensic pathologist who examined Princess's remains, noted that the evolution in torture methods suggested a perpetrator who had spent considerable time studying pain, fear, and human suffering. Franklin had apparently used his dormant period to research advanced torture techniques, possibly studying historical methods employed by professional torturers and military interrogators. The second post-dormancy victim, Valerie McCorvey, disappeared on July 11, 2003, under circumstances that demonstrated Franklin's continued evolution as a predator. Valerie, a 35-year-old woman struggling with addiction, was abducted using techniques that showed Franklin had learned to exploit technology and modern communication methods to enhance his hunting capabilities. Franklin had apparently used primitive internet resources and early mobile phone technology to research potential victims and plan his attacks with unprecedented precision. The digital age had provided him with new tools for stalking, surveillance, and victim selection that made his operations far more efficient than anything possible during his 1980s killing spree. Valerie's murder also revealed that Franklin had developed new disposal methods that incorporated his professional experience as a garbage collector. His intimate knowledge of waste management systems, dump sites, and municipal cleanup procedures allowed him to dispose of bodies in ways that minimized the chances of discovery while maximizing environmental destruction of forensic evidence. The torture techniques employed on Valerie showed continued refinement and escalation, with evidence suggesting that Franklin was treating each murder as an opportunity to test new methods and explore different aspects of human suffering. He had apparently developed a systematic approach to torture that allowed him to maximize his victims' agony while satisfying his own twisted psychological needs. As Franklin's post-dormancy killing spree continued, investigators began to notice patterns that connected the new murders to the unsolved cases from the 1980s. The similarities in victim selection, torture methods, and disposal techniques suggested that the serial killer who had terrorized South Central LA decades earlier had returned with enhanced capabilities and renewed appetite for human suffering. The third post-dormancy victim, Janicia Peters, disappeared on January 1, 2007, marking the beginning of what would prove to be Franklin's final year of freedom. Janicia, a 25-year-old woman whose life had been devastated by addiction and poverty, became the latest casualty in Franklin's war against society's most vulnerable members. Franklin's approach to Janicia demonstrated techniques that had been perfected through years of practice and refinement. He had learned to identify potential victims through systematic observation of high-risk areas, to approach them using psychological manipulation strategies that overcame their natural wariness, and to isolate them in locations where he could operate without fear of interruption. The murder itself revealed the full scope of Franklin's evolution as a killer. Janicia was subjected to torture that incorporated elements of everything Franklin had learned during his decades of criminal activity, combined with new techniques that he had developed specifically for her case. The evidence suggested that he had spent weeks planning her murder, researching new methods, and preparing specialized equipment designed to maximize her suffering. The disposal of Janicia's body showed that Franklin had continued to refine his methods based on advances in forensic science and changes in law enforcement capabilities. He had adapted his techniques to account for DNA analysis, improved crime scene processing, and enhanced investigative coordination between different law enforcement agencies. But Franklin's confidence in his abilities was beginning to make him careless. The sophistication of his methods had made him overconfident, leading him to take risks that would eventually provide investigators with the evidence needed to identify and apprehend him. His belief in his own invincibility was creating vulnerabilities that would ultimately prove to be his downfall. The final victim of Franklin's post-dormancy killing spree was Mary Lowe, who disappeared on October 31, 2007, under circumstances that would finally provide investigators with the forensic breakthrough they had been seeking for over 2 decades. Mary's murder incorporated all of Franklin's refined techniques while inadvertently providing law enforcement with the evidence needed to end his reign of terror permanently. As 2007 drew to a close, Franklin had established himself as one of the most prolific and sophisticated serial killers in American history. His ability to remain dormant for extended periods, his evolution as a predator, and his success at avoiding detection for over 20 years marked him as a unique figure in criminal psychology. But the very sophistication that had protected him for so long was beginning to work against him. Modern forensic techniques were advancing faster than his ability to adapt, and the accumulated evidence from decades of murders was finally reaching critical mass. The perfect predator who had stalked South Central LA with impunity was about to discover that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces that can eventually be uncovered by determined investigators armed with cutting-edge scientific techniques. The grim sleeper's long night of terror was finally approaching dawn, and with it would come a reckoning that had been building for over 2 decades. As the first decade of the new millennium reached its midpoint, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. had evolved into something that transcended typical criminal behavior. A killing machine so perfectly calibrated for murder that he operated with the efficiency of an industrial process, selecting victims, executing kills, and disposing of remains with the methodical precision of someone who had transformed death into a perfected craft. The psychological transformation that occurred during Franklin's extended dormant period had produced a predator whose capabilities surpassed anything investigators had encountered in previous serial killer cases. He had learned to weaponize patience, to use time itself as a tool for avoiding detection while perfecting techniques that made his murders virtually impossible to solve using conventional investigative methods. But perhaps most terrifyingly of all, Franklin had discovered that his extended periods of restraint actually enhanced his pleasure when he finally allowed himself to kill. The anticipation, the planning, the careful selection and stalking of victims. All of these elements had become integral parts of his psychological satisfaction, transforming murder from impulsive violence into elaborate performance art designed to maximize both his victim's suffering and his own twisted gratification. The acceleration that began in 2007 marked Franklin's transition into what criminal psychologists would later identify as his apex predator phase. A period when all of his refined techniques, accumulated knowledge, and psychological development combined to create the most dangerous serial killer Los Angeles had ever seen. During this final phase of his criminal career, Franklin would demonstrate capabilities that challenged everything law enforcement thought they understood about serial murder. The systematic nature of Franklin's victim selection during this period revealed a predator who had learned to treat human hunting as a science rather than an art. He had developed detailed profiles of ideal victims based on decades of experience, allowing him to identify potential targets with remarkable efficiency while minimizing his risk of selecting someone whose disappearance might trigger intensive investigation. His target demographic remained consistent: vulnerable women whose lives had been damaged by addiction, poverty, and social marginalization to the point where they existed almost completely outside mainstream society's awareness. These women moved through a shadow world where violence was commonplace, where disappearances were frequent, and where law enforcement attention was minimal at best. But Franklin's selection process had become far more sophisticated than simple opportunistic hunting. He now conducted extensive surveillance of potential victims, learning their routines, identifying their vulnerabilities, and timing his approaches to coincide with periods when they were most isolated and desperate. This level of preparation transformed each murder from random violence into a carefully orchestrated event designed to maximize both efficiency and sadistic satisfaction. The murder of Alicia Monique Alexander on September 11, 2008, demonstrated the full scope of Franklin's evolution as a predator. Alicia, an 18-year-old woman whose life had been derailed by addiction and family trauma, became the target of what would prove to be Franklin's most elaborately planned and brutally executed murder to date. Franklin's stalking of Alicia began months before her actual abduction, during which time he conducted surveillance that bordered on military-level intelligence gathering. He learned her daily routines, identified her preferred locations for conducting business, mapped her social connections, and analyzed her psychological vulnerabilities with the thoroughness of a professional profiler studying a criminal suspect. The approach phase of Alicia's murder showcased techniques that Franklin had perfected through decades of practice. Rather than the crude deceptions he had employed in his early crimes, he now used sophisticated psychological manipulation strategies that exploited specific aspects of Alicia's personality and circumstances. He presented himself as someone who could provide exactly what she needed most: safety, money, and temporary escape from the harsh realities of street life. The conversation that convinced Alicia to enter Franklin's vehicle was recorded by security cameras that captured their initial interaction, providing investigators with crucial evidence about Franklin's operational methods. The footage showed a predator who moved with complete confidence, spoke with practiced authority, and manipulated his victim's emotions with terrifying efficiency. Once Alicia was isolated in Franklin's vehicle, he began implementing torture techniques that had been refined through years of experimentation on previous victims. But unlike his earlier crimes, which had focused primarily on physical torture, Franklin now incorporated elaborate psychological warfare designed to maximize his victim's terror while providing him with enhanced sadistic satisfaction. The location where Franklin took Alicia for her final hours had been prepared specifically for her murder, equipped with restraints, torture implements, and recording equipment that allowed him to document various stages of her suffering. The level of preparation revealed a predator who had transformed murder into elaborate theater, with each victim serving as the unwilling star of a personal snuff film created solely for Franklin's entertainment. The torture sessions that followed were so extensive and methodical that forensic analysis would later reveal they had continued for nearly 72 hours, an unprecedented length of time that demonstrated Franklin's complete confidence in his ability to operate without detection. During this period, he subjected Alicia to forms of physical and psychological torture that explored virtually every method of inflicting human suffering. The psychological torture techniques employed during Alicia's murder revealed the depth of Franklin's evolution as a sadist. He had learned to use hope as a weapon, alternately promising release and threatening escalated violence to keep his victim in a state of constant terror. He forced her to participate in mock execution scenarios, made her write detailed confessions to imaginary crimes, and compelled her to record video messages begging for her life. The physical torture incorporated elements that Franklin had researched during his dormant period, including techniques borrowed from historical torture practices and modern interrogation methods. He had acquired specialized equipment designed to inflict maximum pain while avoiding immediate death, allowing him to prolong Alicia's suffering far beyond what crude violence could achieve. The final phase of Alicia's murder demonstrated Franklin's complete psychological detachment from normal human empathy. Rather than ending her suffering quickly once he had satisfied his initial sadistic impulses, he prolonged her death over several additional hours, apparently fascinated by the physiological and psychological changes that occurred as his victim gradually lost her will to live. The disposal of Alicia's body revealed Franklin's continued adaptation to advances in forensic science and law enforcement capabilities. He had developed new methods for eliminating DNA evidence, destroying fingerprints, and concealing trace materials that might link him to the crime scene. The body was discovered in a condition that initially suggested natural death, requiring extensive forensic analysis to reveal the true scope of violence that had been inflicted. But Franklin's growing confidence was beginning to make him sloppy in ways that would ultimately contribute to his capture. The elaborate nature of Alicia's murder had required him to spend extended time at the crime scene, increasing his exposure to potential witnesses and leaving behind evidence that more careful disposal might have eliminated. The murder of Rolnia Morris on March 7, 2009, marked another escalation in Franklin's methodology that demonstrated his complete transformation into a killing machine driven by increasingly elaborate sadistic fantasies. Rolnia, a 28-year-old woman whose struggles with addiction had made her an ideal target, became the subject of what would prove to be Franklin's most technologically sophisticated murder. Franklin's approach to Rolnia incorporated digital surveillance techniques that he had developed using readily available consumer technology. He used GPS tracking devices to monitor her movements, employed hidden cameras to study her behavior patterns, and utilized social media research to identify her psychological vulnerabilities and social connections. The abduction itself was executed with precision that reflected military-level tactical planning. Franklin had identified the optimal location and timing for approach, developed multiple contingency plans for various scenarios, and prepared specialized equipment designed to facilitate quick and quiet victim acquisition. The operation was completed without witnesses and left no evidence of struggle or resistance. The torture facility where Franklin took Rolnia had been enhanced with equipment that reflected his continued evolution as a sophisticated predator. He had installed recording devices capable of capturing high-quality audio and video documentation of his crimes, created restraint systems designed to facilitate prolonged torture sessions, and developed disposal methods that would minimize forensic evidence while maximizing environmental destruction of remains. The torture techniques employed during Rolinia's murder incorporated everything Franklin had learned during his decades-long career, combined with new methods that he had developed specifically for her case. The evidence suggested that he had spent weeks researching specialized torture techniques, acquiring necessary equipment, and preparing psychological manipulation strategies designed to enhance her suffering. The duration of Rolinia's torture exceeded even the extended timeline of Alicia's murder, continuing for nearly a week before Franklin finally ended her life. During this period, she was subjected to systematic physical and psychological torture that explored virtually every aspect of human suffering, with Franklin apparently treating her murder as the ultimate test of his refined sadistic capabilities. The psychological torture incorporated elements of sensory deprivation, forced participation in elaborate role-playing scenarios, and systematic destruction of her sense of identity and self-worth. Franklin had learned to use psychological manipulation techniques that were more devastating than physical pain, breaking down his victims' mental defenses before escalating to more traditional forms of torture. The final murder of Franklin's career, that of Janecia Peters in January 2007, had already demonstrated his capabilities as a fully evolved predator, but the subsequent murders showed continued refinement and escalation that suggested he was approaching some kind of psychological crescendo. Each murder was more elaborate than the last. Each incorporated new elements of sadistic creativity, and each demonstrated Franklin's growing confidence in his ability to operate with complete impunity. But this confidence was also creating the conditions for his eventual downfall. The increasingly elaborate nature of his crimes required more time, more preparation, and more exposure to potential detection. The sophisticated equipment he was using left digital traces that could be analyzed by advanced forensic techniques. Most importantly, the sheer volume of evidence he was creating through his documentation efforts was building toward critical mass that would eventually provide investigators with the breakthrough they needed. As 2009 drew to a close, Franklin had established himself as possibly the most sophisticated and prolific serial killer in American history. His quarter-century career had claimed at least 10 confirmed victims, with evidence suggesting the actual total was significantly higher. His ability to remain undetected while continuously refining his techniques had allowed him to operate with unprecedented freedom and efficiency. But the very sophistication that had protected him for so long was beginning to work against him. Modern forensic science was advancing faster than his ability to adapt, and the accumulated evidence from decades of murders was finally reaching the point where connections could be made that had previously been impossible. The Grim Sleeper had reached the peak of his powers, but he had also set in motion the forces that would ultimately bring about his destruction. The perfect predator was about to discover that even the most carefully executed crimes leave traces that can be uncovered by determined investigators armed with cutting-edge technology and relentless dedication to justice. The end was coming, and it would arrive with the same methodical precision that had characterized Franklin's crimes: inevitable, inexorable, and absolutely final. The dawn of the 2010s brought with it a technological revolution in forensic science that would prove to be Lonnie David Franklin Jr.'s ultimate undoing. For over 25 years, the Grim Sleeper had remained one step ahead of law enforcement capabilities, adapting his methods to stay ahead of investigative techniques and using his sophisticated understanding of police procedures to avoid detection. But the same patient, methodical approach that had protected him for decades was about to be turned against him by investigators who refused to let sleeping monsters lie. The breakthrough that would finally expose Franklin came not from traditional detective work or eyewitness testimony, but from the emerging science of familial DNA analysis, a cutting-edge technique that allowed investigators to identify suspects through genetic relationships with family members whose DNA was already in law enforcement databases. This revolutionary approach would transform the decades-old cold cases into the most sophisticated manhunt in Los Angeles history. The investigation that would ultimately trap Franklin began with a decision by the Los Angeles Police Department's Cold Case Unit to revisit the unsolved murders that had terrorized South Central LA in the 1980s and early 2000s. Detective Dennis Kilcoyne, a veteran investigator with a reputation for solving impossible cases, was assigned to lead a task force dedicated specifically to identifying the phantom killer who had claimed so many lives over such an extended period. Kilcoyne's approach differed fundamentally from previous investigations that had focused on conventional detective work and eyewitness testimony. Instead, he embraced emerging forensic technologies that promised to unlock secrets hidden within evidence that had been collected decades earlier, but never properly analyzed due to technological limitations of earlier eras. The first major breakthrough came when advanced DNA analysis of evidence from multiple crime scenes revealed a consistent genetic profile that confirmed what investigators had long suspected. All of the murders had been committed by the same individual. This wasn't the random violence of multiple perpetrators, but the systematic work of a single predator who had been hunting South Central LA's most vulnerable residents for over 2 decades. But identifying the killer's genetic signature was only the beginning of what would prove to be the most complex forensic investigation in LAPD history. The DNA profile didn't match any individual in existing criminal databases, meaning that Franklin had somehow managed to avoid arrest for any offense that would have required him to provide a DNA sample. This suggested a level of criminal sophistication that went beyond typical serial killer behavior. The solution came through familial DNA analysis, a technique that searches for partial genetic matches indicating family relationships with individuals already in law enforcement databases. In 2008, investigators discovered that Franklin's DNA profile showed significant similarities to genetic material obtained from his son, Christopher Franklin, who had been arrested on unrelated charges and required to provide a DNA sample. The familial match wasn't strong enough to definitively identify Lonnie Franklin as the killer, but it provided investigators with their first concrete lead in decades of fruitless searching. Christopher Franklin's DNA indicated that his father was likely the source of genetic material found at multiple murder scenes, giving the task force a specific individual to investigate rather than an anonymous phantom. The surveillance operation that followed demonstrated the evolution of law enforcement techniques during the digital age. Rather than relying solely on physical observation, investigators employed sophisticated electronic monitoring, financial surveillance, and digital tracking methods to build a comprehensive picture of Franklin's activities, associations, and behavioral patterns. What they discovered was a man who had perfected the art of living a completely compartmentalized existence. During daylight hours, Franklin worked as a mechanic and garbage collector, maintained cordial relationships with neighbors and coworkers, and projected an image of working-class respectability that made him effectively invisible to law enforcement scrutiny. He attended family gatherings, participated in community activities, and conducted himself in ways that would never attract suspicion from casual observers. But the surveillance also revealed behavioral patterns that suggested a much darker reality beneath Franklin's mundane exterior. He made regular trips to areas where his known victims had been abducted, often during late-night hours when legitimate business would be unlikely. His vehicle routes frequently took him past crime scenes and body disposal locations, sometimes with no apparent legitimate purpose for being in those areas. Most significantly, investigators discovered that Franklin had been collecting newspaper clippings and media coverage of his crimes, maintaining what appeared to be a personal archive of his murderous achievements. Hidden in his garage were boxes containing photographs, newspaper articles, and personal mementos that suggested he had been documenting his crimes far more extensively than anyone had realized. The decisive evidence came through an ingenious undercover operation designed to obtain a DNA sample that could be definitively matched to genetic material from the crime scenes. Knowing that Franklin was too sophisticated to be easily tricked into providing genetic material voluntarily, investigators developed an elaborate plan that exploited his routine activities and social interactions. The operation culminated on July 7, 2010, during a community event where Franklin was socializing with neighbors and family members. Undercover officers posing as catering staff offered food and beverages to attendees, including Franklin, who consumed pizza and soft drinks without any awareness that his utensils and cups would be collected as evidence once he discarded them. The DNA analysis of Franklin's discarded materials provided the definitive match that investigators needed to confirm their suspicions. His genetic profile was identical to DNA evidence collected from multiple murder scenes spanning over 2 decades, providing irrefutable proof that he was responsible for the systematic killing spree that had terrorized South Central LA. The arrest warrant for Lonnie David Franklin Jr. was signed on July 8, 2010, exactly 25 years after his first confirmed murder. The timing seemed almost poetic, a quarter-century of perfect crimes undone by advances in forensic science that Franklin couldn't have anticipated when he began his killing career in the pre-digital age. Franklin's arrest on July 9, 2010, marked the end of one of the longest-running serial killer investigations in American law enforcement history. The scene at his modest South Central home was surreal. Neighbors and co-workers expressed shock and disbelief that the quiet, unremarkable man they thought they knew had been responsible for decades of systematic murder. The search of Franklin's residence revealed the full scope of his crimes and provided investigators with evidence that exceeded their most pessimistic expectations. Hidden throughout his home were photographs of victims, detailed notes about his crimes, souvenirs taken from murder scenes, and equipment that had been used for torture and killing. The sheer volume of evidence suggested that Franklin had been documenting his crimes obsessively, creating a personal museum of murder that chronicled his evolution as a predator. Perhaps most disturbing of all was the discovery of photographs showing victims who had never been identified by investigators, suggesting that Franklin's actual body count far exceeded the 10 confirmed murders for which he would eventually be prosecuted. These unknown victims, women whose identities died with them, whose families never knew their fate, represented the ultimate tragedy of Franklin's quarter-century killing spree. The photographs also revealed that Franklin had been actively hunting potential victims right up until his arrest, with recent surveillance images of women who matched his established victim profile. This evidence indicated that his killing career was far from over and that his arrest had prevented additional murders that were already in the planning stages. The trial of Lonnie David Franklin Jr. began on February 16, 2016, nearly 6 years after his arrest. The delay reflected the enormous complexity of prosecuting a case that spanned multiple decades and involved evidence collected using forensic techniques that hadn't existed when the crimes were originally committed. Prosecutors faced the challenge of presenting scientific evidence to jurors who might not understand the sophistication of modern DNA analysis while also conveying the human impact of crimes that had devastated an entire community. Lead prosecutor Beth Silverman built her case around the overwhelming physical evidence that linked Franklin to multiple murder scenes, combined with testimony from surviving victims who had managed to escape his attempts to kill them. The DNA evidence was particularly compelling, with forensic experts testifying that the probability of the genetic material belonging to anyone other than Franklin was essentially zero. But perhaps the most powerful evidence came from Franklin's own documentation of his crimes. The photographs, notes, and souvenirs found in his home provided an unprecedented window into the mind of a serial killer, revealing not just the mechanical details of his murders, but also his psychological motivation and sadistic satisfaction in his victims' suffering. The defense, led by attorney Seymour Amster, faced the nearly impossible task of creating reasonable doubt in the face of overwhelming physical evidence. Their strategy focused on challenging the reliability of familial DNA analysis and questioning whether evidence collected decades after the crimes could be trusted to provide accurate results. They also attempted to present Franklin as a scapegoat for unsolved crimes that had been attributed to him based on circumstantial similarities rather than concrete proof. But the evidence against Franklin was too extensive and too scientifically sound to be dismissed through legal technicalities. The jury deliberated for less than 2 days before returning guilty verdicts on all 10 murder charges, along with 1 count of attempted murder for a victim who had survived Franklin's attack and provided crucial testimony about his methods. The penalty phase of the trial provided families of Franklin's victims with their first opportunity to confront the man who had destroyed their lives and stolen their loved ones. The impact statements delivered during this phase were among the most powerful and heartbreaking testimonies ever heard in a Los Angeles courtroom, as parents, siblings, and children described the devastating impact of Franklin's crimes on their families and communities. On August 10, 2016, 31 years to the day after his first confirmed murder, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. was sentenced to death for his crimes. The sentence was delivered by Judge Kathleen Kennedy, who described Franklin's murders as among the most heinous and callous crimes ever prosecuted in this jurisdiction. Franklin showed no emotion as his death sentence was pronounced, maintaining the same cold detachment that had characterized his behavior throughout the trial. Even when confronted with evidence of his crimes and testimony from his victims' families, he displayed no signs of remorse or recognition of the suffering he had caused. The conclusion of Franklin's trial marked the end of one chapter in the grim sleeper case, but questions remained about the full scope of his crimes. Investigators continued to receive tips and leads suggesting additional victims who hadn't been included in the original prosecution, while forensic analysis of evidence found in Franklin's home continued to reveal connections to unsolved cases throughout Southern California. On March 28, 2020, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. was found dead in his cell at San Quentin State Prison, apparently from natural causes related to his declining health. His death ended any possibility of learning additional details about his crimes or identifying unknown victims whose cases might never be solved. Franklin's death also meant that he would never face execution for his crimes, robbing his victims' families of the closure that many had hoped would come from seeing justice fully carried out. But his conviction and life sentence had at least provided confirmation that the monster who had terrorized their community for decades would never claim another victim. The legacy of the Grim Sleeper case extends far beyond the individual crimes committed by Franklin. It demonstrated the power of advanced forensic techniques to solve cases that had seemed impossible, while also highlighting the vulnerability of marginalized communities to predatory violence. Most importantly, it served as a reminder that justice may be delayed, but it need never be denied to those with the dedication and resources to pursue it relentlessly. The 25-year hunt for the Grim Sleeper proved that even the most sophisticated serial killers leave traces that can eventually be uncovered by determined investigators armed with cutting-edge science and an unwavering commitment to justice. Franklin's reign of terror was over, but the scars he left on South Central Los Angeles would take generations to heal. The monster was finally dead, but the memories of his victims would live on forever in the hearts of those who loved them and the community that refused to let their deaths be forgotten. In the end, that may be the most important victory of all, ensuring that the lives stolen by the Grim Sleeper are remembered not as statistics in a criminal case, but as human beings whose existence mattered and whose loss diminished us all. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our fourth story. Story 4, The Shadow of Melbourne, the Peter Dupas case. In the shadows of Melbourne's suburbia, where families slept soundly behind locked doors, a predator moved through the darkness with calculated precision. For over a decade, Peter Dupas terrorized the state of Victoria, leaving behind a trail of devastation that would forever scar the Australian criminal justice system. This is not just another true crime story. This is the haunting account of how one man's twisted obsessions turned quiet neighborhoods into hunting grounds, and how a dedicated team of investigators refused to let evil hide in plain sight. Between 1985 and 1999, Dupas didn't just take lives. He methodically destroyed families, shattered communities, and exposed the terrifying reality that monsters don't always lurk in dark alleys. Sometimes they walk among us, appearing as ordinary citizens while harboring the darkest of intentions. Peter Norris Dupas entered the world on July 6, 1953, in Sydney, Australia. To understand the magnitude of terror he would later unleash, we must first examine the disturbing patterns that emerged long before his name became synonymous with some of Australia's most heinous crimes. The 1970s marked the beginning of Dupas' criminal trajectory, though at the time, few could have predicted the escalation that would follow. His early encounters with law enforcement revealed troubling behavioral patterns that, in hindsight, served as ominous harbingers of the violence to come. In 1974, at just 21 years old, Dupas committed his first recorded sexual assault. The victim, a young woman whose life would be forever altered by this encounter, represented the beginning of what would become a decades-long reign of terror. What made this early crime particularly chilling was not just the act itself, but the methodical nature with which Dupas approached it, a calculated coldness that would become his signature. The psychological profile that began emerging during these early years painted a disturbing picture. Dupas displayed an alarming combination of intelligence, manipulation skills, and complete lack of empathy, a toxic mixture that would make him particularly dangerous to society. Unlike crimes of passion or opportunity, Dupas' offenses showed clear signs of premeditation and planning. As the 1970s progressed into the 1980s, Dupas' criminal behavior began to escalate in both frequency and severity. Law enforcement officials who studied his case files noted a troubling evolution in his methods of operation. Each subsequent offense seemed to build upon the previous one, as if he were perfecting his approach to victimization. The transition from sexual assault to more violent crimes didn't happen overnight. Instead, it was a gradual progression that demonstrated Dupas' growing confidence and his increasing disconnect from human decency. Psychological experts who later analyzed his behavioral patterns identified classic signs of an evolving predator, someone who was not only comfortable with violence but actively sought to escalate it. During this period, Dupas developed what would become his preferred method of victim selection. He didn't choose randomly. Instead, he demonstrated a calculated approach to identifying vulnerable targets. Young women living alone, those with predictable routines, individuals who might not be immediately missed, these became the criteria that guided his horrific choices. In the mid-1980s, Dupas established a more permanent presence in Melbourne, Victoria. This relocation would prove catastrophic for the local community, as it provided him with new hunting grounds and a fresh start where his reputation hadn't preceded him. Melbourne in the 1980s was a city in transition. Urban sprawl was creating new suburban areas where residents often didn't know their neighbors well. This anonymity provided the perfect cover for someone like Dupas, who thrived in environments where he could blend in unnoticed while carefully studying potential victims. The first confirmed murder linked to Dupas occurred in 1985, marking a terrifying escalation in his criminal behavior. Margaret Marr, a 40-year-old woman, became the first known victim in what would become a series of brutal killings that would terrorize Victoria for over a decade. What made Margaret's case particularly haunting was the level of violence involved. This wasn't a crime of opportunity or a robbery gone wrong. It was a deliberate, calculated murder that bore the hallmarks of someone who had crossed a psychological threshold from which there would be no return. As investigators would later discover, Dupas didn't just commit these crimes randomly. He developed a sophisticated method of operation that demonstrated both his intelligence and his complete moral bankruptcy. His approach involved extensive surveillance of potential victims, careful planning of entry and escape routes, and a disturbing attention to detail that made him particularly elusive. The psychological aspects of his crimes were perhaps the most chilling. Dupas didn't just want to kill. He wanted to dominate, to control, and to inflict maximum psychological trauma before death. This sadistic element transformed his crimes from simple murders into something far more sinister, acts of psychological terrorism that extended their impact far beyond the immediate victims. His method of operation also included deliberate steps to avoid detection. He understood forensic procedures and took measures to minimize evidence. He studied police response patterns and adjusted his timing accordingly. Most disturbingly, he seemed to take pleasure not just in the crimes themselves, but in the challenge of evading capture. As 1985 progressed, the Melbourne community began to sense that something was wrong. While police initially tried to keep details confidential to avoid panic, word began to spread that a dangerous predator was operating in their midst. The impact on daily life was immediate and profound. Women began altering their routines, installing additional security measures, and forming informal neighborhood watch groups. The psychological terrorism that Dupas was inflicting extended far beyond his actual victims to encompass entire communities living in fear. Local media coverage, while attempting to be responsible, couldn't help but contribute to the growing sense of unease. Headlines spoke of a dangerous offender and a violent predator, terms that, while accurate, created an atmosphere of palpable tension throughout the region. Detective Senior Sergeant Ron Iddles, who would later become one of Australia's most respected homicide investigators, was among those assigned to what was becoming one of Victoria's most complex and disturbing cases. The investigation faced numerous challenges from the outset, not least of which was the seemingly random nature of the attacks. Traditional investigative approaches, which relied on connections between victims and perpetrators, seemed ineffective against Dupas' method of operation. His victims appeared to share no common characteristics beyond their vulnerability, and there were no obvious patterns that might lead investigators to him. The forensic evidence, while present, was limited by the technology available in the mid-1980s. DNA analysis was still in its infancy, and many of the sophisticated investigative tools that would later become standard were simply not available to the dedicated officers working this case. Despite these challenges, the investigative team began to develop theories about their suspect. The level of violence, the apparent planning involved, and the escalating nature of the crimes all suggested they were dealing with someone who had likely committed similar offenses before and would almost certainly strike again. The breakthrough came not from traditional detective work, but from an unexpected source, a surviving victim who managed to provide crucial information about her attacker. Her courage in coming forward, despite the trauma she had endured, would prove instrumental in eventually bringing Dupas to justice. The description she provided was detailed and specific. She described not just physical characteristics, but behavioral patterns, speech patterns, and other details that helped investigators begin to build a more complete picture of their suspect. More importantly, she provided information about his vehicle and his apparent familiarity with the local area. This information allowed investigators to begin focusing their efforts more effectively. They could now start looking for someone who fit a specific profile, rather than casting a wide net over the entire population. The investigation was far from over, but for the first time since the crimes began, law enforcement had a real lead to follow. Unfortunately, while investigators were processing this new information and developing leads, Dupas was far from finished. The mid-1980s marked not just the beginning of his documented killing spree, but also a period of escalating violence and increasing frequency of attacks. The psychological profile that was emerging suggested that Dupas was gaining confidence with each successful crime. He was learning from experience, adapting his methods, and becoming increasingly bold in his approach. This evolution made him more dangerous with each passing month. The community impact was becoming more severe as well. Reports of suspicious activity increased dramatically as residents became hypervigilant. Every strange sound, every unfamiliar face, every unexpected noise became a potential source of terror for people who had previously felt safe in their own homes. As Chapter 1 of this horrific saga draws to a close, the stage was set for what would become one of Australia's most intensive manhunts. Law enforcement agencies were beginning to coordinate their efforts more effectively, sharing information and resources in ways that were unprecedented for the time. The investigation was no longer just about solving individual crimes. It had become a race against time to stop a predator before he could claim more victims. Every day that passed without an arrest was another day that innocent people remained in mortal danger. The psychological pressure on the investigative team was enormous. They knew they were dealing with someone who would not stop voluntarily, someone who was likely planning his next attack even as they worked to identify him. The weight of responsibility for protecting the community rested heavily on their shoulders. As we prepare to examine the next phase of this investigation, it's important to remember that behind every case file, every piece of evidence, and every investigative lead were real people whose lives had been forever altered by Peter Dupas' actions. The human cost of his crimes extended far beyond the direct victims to include their families, friends, and entire communities that lived in fear of his next attack. The monster that Peter Dupas had become was fully formed by the end of 1985, but the worst of his crimes were yet to come. The pattern was established, the method refined, and the psychological barriers that might have prevented further escalation had been completely obliterated. As the late 1980s unfolded, Peter Dupas' criminal methodology reached a level of sophistication that both terrified investigators and provided crucial insights into his psychological profile. What had begun as opportunistic attacks had evolved into carefully orchestrated campaigns of terror that demonstrated his growing confidence and complete moral descent. The evolution of his approach revealed disturbing patterns that would later prove crucial to the investigation. Dupas had moved beyond simple opportunism to develop what could only be described as a systematic approach to victim selection, surveillance, and attack execution. This wasn't the work of an impulsive criminal. It was the calculated strategy of a predator who had found his calling in the infliction of suffering. His victim selection process became increasingly refined during this period. Rather than targeting random individuals, Dupas began conducting extensive reconnaissance of potential victims. He would observe their daily routines, identify their vulnerabilities, and plan his attacks with military-like precision. This level of premeditation added an extra layer of horror to crimes that were already unthinkably brutal. The psychological impact on the community was becoming more profound with each passing month. Dupas wasn't just killing. He was systematically destroying the sense of security that forms the foundation of civilized society. Every woman in Victoria began to question her safety. Every family started looking over their shoulders, and every community gathering buzzed with whispered fears about when and where he might strike next. Detective Ron Iddles and his team found themselves facing challenges unlike anything in their previous experience. Traditional investigative approaches, which relied on established patterns and connections between criminals and victims, seemed inadequate against Dupas' sophisticated methodology. The forensic evidence, while present at crime scenes, was limited by the technological constraints of the era. DNA profiling was still emerging as a forensic tool, and many of the advanced techniques that modern investigators take for granted were simply not available. This meant that the investigative team had to rely heavily on traditional detective work. Witness interviews, pattern analysis, and the kind of methodical police work that requires both skill and extraordinary patience. One of the most frustrating aspects of the investigation was the apparent randomness of Dupas's victim selection. Unlike many serial offenders who target specific demographics or individuals with particular characteristics, Dupas seemed to choose his victims based primarily on opportunity and vulnerability. This made predictive policing nearly impossible and kept the entire community in a state of constant anxiety. The investigative team began to recognize that they were dealing with someone who possessed both intelligence and an intimate understanding of police procedures. Dupas demonstrated an ability to avoid detection that suggested he had studied law enforcement methods and had developed countermeasures to traditional investigative approaches. Nicole Patterson became Dupas's second confirmed murder victim, though investigators suspected there were others that had not yet been definitively linked to him. Nicole's case provided new insights into his evolving methodology while simultaneously deepening the horror of his crime spree. The level of violence involved in Nicole's murder marked a significant escalation from his previous crimes. It became clear that Dupas was not simply killing out of convenience or to eliminate witnesses. He was deriving satisfaction from the act of violence itself. This sadistic element transformed his crimes from murders into something approaching torture, adding psychological dimensions that made them even more disturbing. The crime scene evidence in Nicole's case revealed new aspects of Dupas's signature behaviors. He was leaving behind subtle calling cards. Not intentional clues, but behavioral patterns that spoke to his psychological state and his growing confidence in his ability to evade capture. These patterns would later prove crucial in linking him to other crimes, but at the time, they only added to the investigators' frustration. The impact on Nicole's family and the broader community was devastating. Here was a young woman whose life had been cut short not by accident or illness, but by the calculated cruelty of someone who viewed her not as a human being but as an object for his twisted gratification. The randomness of her selection made every woman in the community realize that she could just as easily have been the target. As news of the murders began to spread more widely, media coverage intensified the public pressure on law enforcement to apprehend the killer. While journalists attempted to balance the public's right to know with the need to avoid interfering with the investigation, the coverage inevitably contributed to the growing climate of fear. Headlines spoke of a serial killer on the loose and warned residents to take extra precautions. While these warnings were necessary and potentially life-saving, they also created an atmosphere of terror that played directly into Dupas's hands. He wasn't just killing individual victims, he was terrorizing an entire population. The media attention also created additional pressure on the investigative team. Every day without an arrest was another day of headlines questioning their competence and demanding answers. While the investigators understood the public's frustration, they also knew that rushing to judgment or releasing premature information could compromise the investigation and potentially allow Dupas to escape justice. Some media outlets began to speculate about the killer's methods, psychology, and potential next moves. While much of this coverage was well-intentioned, it also provided Dupas with information about the investigation's progress and potentially allowed him to adapt his methods to avoid detection. In 1988, Kathleen Downs became the third woman definitively linked to Peter Dupas's killing spree. Her murder demonstrated that his methods were continuing to evolve and that his psychological deterioration was accelerating. Kathleen's case revealed new aspects of Dupas's signature mutilations, providing investigators with additional evidence of his distinctive behavioral patterns. The specific nature of his attacks began to paint a picture of someone driven by deeply disturbed psychological motivations that went far beyond simple violence. The crime scene analysis in Kathleen's case provided investigators with their most detailed look yet at Dupas's methodology. The level of planning involved, the specific tools he used, and the sequence of his actions all provided crucial insights into his psychological state and his operational procedures. Perhaps most disturbingly, Kathleen's murder showed that Dupas was becoming more comfortable with violence and more confident in his ability to avoid capture. The risks he was willing to take had increased, and his attacks were becoming bolder and more brazen. This evolution suggested that he would continue to escalate until he was either caught or eliminated. Criminal psychologists working with the investigative team began to develop a comprehensive profile of the killer based on the evidence from multiple crime scenes. This profile would prove crucial in focusing the investigation and eventually identifying Dupas as the perpetrator. The psychological analysis revealed someone with a complex set of motivations that went far beyond simple violence or sexual gratification. Dupas appeared to be driven by a need for absolute control and domination, combined with a sadistic pleasure in inflicting suffering. This psychological combination made him particularly dangerous and unpredictable. The profile also suggested that Dupas likely had previous encounters with law enforcement and had possibly served time in prison. His knowledge of forensic procedures and his ability to avoid leaving obvious evidence pointed to someone with experience in the criminal justice system. Most importantly, the psychological analysis indicated that Dupas would not stop killing voluntarily. His crimes were fulfilling deep-seated psychological needs that could not be satisfied through normal means. This meant that the investigation was literally a race against time to prevent further murders. The response of Victoria's communities to the growing threat was both heartening and heartbreaking. Neighbors who had previously barely acknowledged each other began forming tight-knit support networks. Women's groups organized self-defense classes and safety seminars. Local businesses began offering escort services for female employees working late hours. Schools implemented new safety protocols for students and staff. Parents began picking up their children rather than allowing them to walk home alone. The simple freedoms that had previously defined daily life in Australia were being systematically eroded by fear of one man's actions. The economic impact of the terror was also becoming apparent. Businesses that relied on evening customers saw significant decreases in revenue as people chose to stay home rather than venture out after dark. Real estate values in affected areas began to decline as families sought to move to locations they perceived as safer. Local law enforcement agencies increased patrols and implemented new safety programs. But the reality was that no amount of police presence could guarantee safety from someone as methodical and elusive as Dupas. The community was learning the harsh lesson that true security is often an illusion, and that evil can strike anywhere at any time. The investigation experienced both significant breakthroughs and crushing setbacks during this period. New evidence would emerge that seemed to point investigators in promising directions, only to lead to dead ends or false leads that consumed valuable time and resources. One particularly promising lead involved a witness who claimed to have seen a suspicious individual near one of the crime scenes. The detailed description provided by this witness seemed to offer investigators their best chance yet of identifying their suspect. However, after weeks of investigation, it became clear that the witness had been mistaken, and the investigation was back to square one. Forensic analysis of crime scene evidence provided some useful information, but not the smoking gun that investigators desperately needed. Partial fingerprints, fiber evidence, and other trace materials helped establish connections between crime scenes, but didn't point to a specific individual. The most frustrating aspect of the investigation was the growing certainty among the investigative team that Dupas would strike again. Every lead that failed to pan out was another opportunity for him to claim additional victims. The pressure on the investigators was enormous, and the psychological toll of working on such disturbing cases was beginning to show. As the 1980s drew to a close, it became increasingly clear that Dupas' killing spree was far from over. Additional victims were being identified, and the true scope of his crimes was beginning to emerge. What had initially appeared to be isolated incidents was revealing itself as part of a much larger and more systematic campaign of terror. The discovery of additional victims forced investigators to reconsider their entire approach to the case. They were no longer dealing with a few related murders. They were confronting evidence of what appeared to be one of Australia's most prolific serial killers. Each new victim provided additional pieces of the puzzle, but also raised new questions about how many others might have fallen victim to Dupas' violence. The investigation was expanding exponentially, requiring additional resources and personnel to manage the growing caseload. The psychological impact on the investigative team was becoming severe. Working day after day with such disturbing evidence, interviewing traumatized witnesses and grieving families, and feeling the constant pressure to prevent additional murders was taking a serious toll on even the most experienced investigators. As Chapter 2 concludes, it's clear that Peter Dupas had fully evolved into something that defied conventional understanding. He wasn't simply a criminal who had gotten out of control. He had become something approaching pure evil, driven by motivations that seemed to exist outside the normal range of human psychology. His crimes had evolved from opportunistic violence to systematic terrorism. His victims were no longer simply individuals who had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. They were carefully selected targets in a broader campaign of psychological warfare against society itself. The investigation had similarly evolved from a straightforward murder inquiry to something resembling a military operation. The resources being devoted to catching Dupas were enormous, and the pressure on law enforcement was unprecedented in Australian criminal justice history. As we prepare to examine the next phase of this horrific saga, it's important to remember that every delay in capturing Dupas represented a potential death sentence for innocent women throughout Victoria. The stakes could not have been higher, and the margin for error was virtually non-existent. The monster that Peter Dupas had become was now fully revealed, but he remained free to continue his campaign of terror. The worst was yet to come, and time was running out for investigators to stop him before he could claim even more victims. By the early 1990s, the Peter Dupas investigation had grown beyond the capacity of any single police division. The sheer scope of his crimes, combined with their geographic spread across Victoria, necessitated the formation of a specialized task force dedicated exclusively to his capture. Detective Senior Sergeant Ron Iddles found himself at the center of what would become one of Australia's most intensive criminal investigations. The task force brought together investigators from multiple jurisdictions, forensic specialists, criminal psychologists, and behavioral analysts, all focused on the singular goal of stopping Dupas before he could claim more victims. The formation of the task force represented a significant escalation in law enforcement's response to the crisis. Resources that had previously been spread across multiple investigations were now concentrated on a single target. This coordination allowed for more sophisticated investigative techniques and more comprehensive analysis of the growing body of evidence. However, the task force also faced unique challenges. Coordinating between different police divisions, each with their own procedures and priorities, required diplomatic skills that many investigators had never needed to develop. The pressure from media and political leaders added another layer of complexity to an already difficult situation. The 1990s brought new forensic technologies that would prove crucial in the Dupas investigation. DNA profiling, which had been in its experimental stages during the 1980s, was becoming a reliable investigative tool that could definitively link suspects to crime scenes. The task force initiated a comprehensive review of all evidence from suspected Dupas crime scenes using these new forensic techniques. Samples that had been collected years earlier but couldn't be properly analyzed were now subjected to sophisticated DNA testing that revealed previously hidden connections between cases. This forensic revolution wasn't just about DNA analysis. Improved fingerprint analysis, advanced ballistics testing, and new methods of analyzing trace evidence all contributed to a more complete understanding of Dupas' crimes and methodology. Perhaps most importantly, the new forensic techniques allowed investigators to definitively link previously separate investigations. Crimes that had been handled as isolated incidents were now revealed to be part of Dupas' broader pattern of violence, giving investigators a much clearer picture of his evolution as a killer. Criminal psychologists working with the task force developed increasingly sophisticated profiles of Dupas as more evidence became available. These profiles went beyond simple behavioral descriptions to examine the deeper psychological motivations driving his crimes. The analysis revealed someone whose psychological development had been fundamentally distorted from an early age. Dupas wasn't simply choosing to commit violent crimes. He appeared to be compelled by psychological forces that made violence not just attractive but necessary for his psychological functioning. The specific nature of his attacks, particularly his signature mutilations, provided insights into his psychological state that were both fascinating and deeply disturbing. These weren't random acts of violence but carefully orchestrated expressions of deep-seated psychological pathologies. Understanding Dupin's psychology was crucial not just for catching him, but for predicting his future behavior. The psychological profile suggested that his crimes would continue to escalate in both frequency and brutality until he was either captured or eliminated. As the investigation progressed through the 1990s, the full scope of Dupin's impact on the Victorian community became increasingly apparent. His crimes had created ripple effects that extended far beyond his immediate victims to encompass entire communities living in fear. The families of his victims were dealing with trauma that went far beyond normal grief. They had lost loved ones not to accident or illness, but to deliberate, calculated cruelty. The randomness of victim selection meant that any family could potentially be affected, creating a climate of universal vulnerability. Mental health professionals reported significant increases in anxiety disorders, depression, and other psychological conditions directly attributable to the community's fear of Dupin. People were modifying their behavior in dramatic ways, avoiding activities they had previously enjoyed and living in a state of constant vigilance. The economic impact was also substantial. Businesses that relied on evening customers continued to suffer as people chose to stay home after dark. Tourism to affected areas declined as visitors sought safer destinations. The cost of enhanced security measures was straining both individual and community resources. The media's role in the Dupin investigation became increasingly complex as the case progressed. While public awareness was crucial for safety and for generating tips that might lead to his capture, excessive coverage also risked interfering with the investigation and potentially providing Dupin with information he could use to avoid detection. The task force developed sophisticated media management strategies designed to balance these competing concerns. They worked closely with journalists to ensure that coverage remained accurate and helpful while avoiding the release of information that might compromise the investigation. Public appeals for information became a regular feature of the investigation. The task force released composite sketches, descriptions of suspicious behavior, and other information that might help members of the public identify Dupin or report relevant sightings. However, the media attention also created its own problems. False tips and mistaken identifications consumed enormous investigative resources. The pressure for constant updates sometimes led to premature release of information that would have been better kept confidential. The 1990s saw rapid advances in investigative technology that the task force was able to leverage in their pursuit of Dupin. Computer databases allowed for more sophisticated analysis of crime patterns and evidence correlations. Communication improvements enabled better coordination between different investigative units. Surveillance technology also advanced significantly during this period. Better cameras, improved audio recording equipment, and more sophisticated tracking systems all became available to investigators. While Dupin had proven adept at avoiding detection using 1980s technology, the new tools of the 1990s presented him with challenges he hadn't previously faced. Geographic profiling, the use of computer analysis to identify likely locations for a serial offender's residence or workplace based on crime locations, became an important tool in narrowing the search for Dupin. This technique helped investigators focus their efforts on specific areas rather than casting a wide net across the entire state. The integration of these new technologies with traditional investigative techniques created a more comprehensive approach to the case. While technology couldn't replace good detective work, it could enhance and accelerate the investigative process in crucial ways. Throughout the 1990s, there were several instances where investigators came tantalizingly close to apprehending Dupin. These near misses were both encouraging because they suggested the investigation was on the right track, and frustrating because they represented missed opportunities to end his killing spree. One particularly significant incident involved a witness who observed suspicious behavior near what would later be identified as a Dupin crime scene. The witness provided detailed information that led to an intensive search of the area, but Dupin had already vanished. Analysis of the scene revealed evidence that he had indeed been there recently, suggesting that investigators had missed him by a matter of hours. Another close call involved a traffic stop that occurred shortly after one of his attacks. The officer involved later realized that the individual he had stopped matched descriptions of the suspected killer, but at the time, there wasn't sufficient probable cause for an arrest. By the time investigators could follow up, the suspect had disappeared. These near misses took a psychological toll on the investigative team. Each missed opportunity represented not just a professional setback, but a potential death sentence for future victims. The knowledge that they had been so close to ending the terror campaign was both motivating and demoralizing. As the 1990s progressed, Dupas continued his killing spree with attacks that demonstrated his evolving methodology and increasing boldness. Each new victim provided additional evidence for investigators to analyze, but also represented another tragic loss of life that they had been unable to prevent. The fifth confirmed victim showed that Dupas was becoming more sophisticated in his approach to victim selection and attack execution. The level of planning involved had increased dramatically, and his ability to avoid leaving evidence had improved through experience. The sixth victim represented a particularly disturbing escalation in his methodology. The crime scene evidence suggested that he was spending more time with his victims, indicating that the psychological gratification he derived from his crimes required increasingly elaborate scenarios. Each new victim also brought additional family members into the circle of those affected by Dupas' crimes. The investigation team found themselves not just hunting a killer, but also supporting an ever-growing community of people whose lives had been forever altered by his actions. As the Dupas investigation continued, the task force began reaching out to international law enforcement agencies for assistance and consultation. Serial killer investigations in other countries had developed techniques and insights that might prove valuable in the Australian context. Consultations with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit provided new perspectives on Dupas' psychological profile and potential behavioral patterns. European investigators who had worked on similar cases shared their experiences and methodologies. This international cooperation brought new analytical tools and investigative approaches to the case. While every serial killer is unique, there are patterns and behaviors that transcend national boundaries, and learning from other investigations proved invaluable. The international perspective also helped put Dupas' crimes in a broader context. While his specific methodology was unique, his psychological profile shared characteristics with serial killers from around the world, providing investigators with additional insights into his likely behavior and evolution. The 1990s saw significant advances in criminal profiling techniques that proved crucial in the Dupas investigation. Behavioral analysts developed more sophisticated methods for analyzing crime scene evidence and extracting psychological insights about offenders. The evolving profile of Dupas became increasingly detailed and specific as more evidence became available. Analysts were able to make predictions about his likely background, employment history, relationships, and other characteristics that helped focus the investigation. Geographic profiling became particularly important in narrowing down potential areas where Dupas might be living or working. Computer analysis of his crime locations suggested probable zones for his residence, allowing investigators to concentrate their efforts more effectively. The psychological profile also provided insights into how Dupas might react to investigative pressure. Understanding his personality characteristics helped investigators predict how he might change his behavior as the investigation intensified. As the investigation continued into the mid-1990s, Victorian communities had developed sophisticated safety networks designed to protect potential victims and assist law enforcement. These grassroots efforts became an important component of the overall response to the Dupas threat. Neighborhood watch programs evolved beyond their original crime prevention focus to become intelligence-gathering networks that could identify and report suspicious activity. Residents became expert at recognizing behavior patterns that might indicate a potential threat. Women's safety groups developed comprehensive protocols for personal security that went far beyond traditional self-defense advice. These programs addressed everything from daily routine modifications to home security upgrades to emergency response procedures. The community response demonstrated both the resilience of Australian society and the profound impact that Dupas' crimes were having on daily life. People had learned to live with the reality of his threat while refusing to let fear completely dominate their lives. Working on the Dupas investigation took an enormous psychological toll on everyone involved. Investigators, forensic specialists, and support staff found themselves dealing with evidence and scenarios that challenged their faith in human nature and their ability to maintain emotional equilibrium. The task force implemented psychological support programs for its personnel, recognizing that the mental health of investigators was crucial not just for their personal well-being, but for the effectiveness of the investigation. Dealing with such disturbing material required special coping mechanisms and support systems. Many investigators reported that the Dupas case changed their worldview permanently. The level of calculated cruelty they encountered daily made it difficult to maintain optimism about human nature and society's basic decency. Despite these challenges, the investigative team remained committed to their mission. Their dedication to stopping Dupas and seeking justice for his victims provided a sense of purpose that helped them cope with the psychological demands of the case. The task force had developed a comprehensive understanding of his methodology, psychology, and behavioral patterns. They had sophisticated forensic evidence linking him to multiple crimes. They had narrowed their search to specific geographic areas and demographic profiles. Most importantly, they had developed the investigative infrastructure necessary to move quickly when the final breakthrough came. All the pieces were in place for a coordinated response that would end Dupas' reign of terror once and for all. The community's ordeal was far from over, but there were signs that justice was approaching. The question was no longer whether Dupas would be caught, but when, and whether they could stop him before he claimed additional victims. As we prepare to examine the final chapter of this investigation, it's important to remember that every day of delay represented potential tragedy for innocent people. The race against time was reaching its climax, and the stakes had never been higher. The breakthrough that would finally end Peter Dupas' reign of terror came not from a dramatic confrontation or a brilliant deductive leap, but from the methodical application of advanced forensic science combined with old-fashioned detective work. In the late 1990s, DNA evidence had evolved from an experimental technique to a reliable investigative tool that would prove to be Dupas' undoing. Detective Ron Iddles and his task force had been meticulously building their case for years, collecting and preserving evidence with the knowledge that technological advances might eventually make previously unusable samples valuable. This foresight would prove crucial when DNA analysis finally provided the definitive link they needed. The moment of breakthrough came when forensic analysts were able to extract a complete DNA profile from evidence collected at one of the crime scenes. When this profile was entered into the expanding criminal database, it produced a match with DNA collected during a previous arrest of Peter Dupas for an unrelated offense. The confirmation was both exhilarating and sobering for the investigative team. After years of pursuing shadows and following dead-end leads, they finally had irrefutable scientific evidence linking Dupas to their crimes. However, this breakthrough also meant confronting the reality that their worst suspicions about the scope of his crimes were likely accurate. The DNA evidence didn't just solve one case. It opened the door to linking Dupas definitively to multiple murders across Victoria. Forensic teams began working around the clock to test evidence from every suspected Dupas crime scene, building an ironclad case that would ensure he could never escape justice. Planning Dupas' arrest required extraordinary care and coordination. The task force knew they would have only one chance to apprehend him safely, and any mistake could result in his escape or, worse, additional violence. The operation needed to be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. Intelligence gathering revealed Dupas' current location and daily routines. Surveillance teams had been monitoring him discreetly while investigators built their case, ensuring they knew exactly where to find him when the moment came to act. The arrest team was assembled from Victoria's most experienced tactical officers, supplemented by investigators who had been working the case for years. Everyone involved understood the significance of the moment. They were about to end one of Australia's most notorious killing sprees. On the designated day, multiple teams moved simultaneously to prevent any possibility of escape. Dupas was taken into custody without incident, though the tension among the officers was palpable. After years of hunting this predator, the actual arrest felt almost anticlimactic in its simplicity. The moment of capture was met with a mixture of relief and grim satisfaction among the investigative team. Their years of dedicated work had finally paid off, but the satisfaction was tempered by the knowledge of how many lives had been lost along the way. Once in custody, Dupas faced intensive interrogation by the task force's most skilled investigators. These sessions would prove crucial not just for securing confessions, but for understanding the full scope of his crimes and potentially identifying additional victims. Dupas' behavior during interrogation revealed much about his psychological state. He showed no remorse for his actions, instead displaying the cold calculation and lack of empathy that had characterized his crimes. His responses provided additional confirmation of the psychological profile that investigators had developed over the years. The interrogation process was complicated by Dupas' intelligence and his understanding of the legal system. He wasn't the stereotypical unstable killer who would break down under pressure. Instead, he was calculating and strategic in his responses, making every session a battle of wits. Detective Iddles and his team employed sophisticated interrogation techniques designed to extract information while building an unassailable legal case. They needed not just admissions of guilt, but detailed confessions that would satisfy the stringent requirements of the court system. The breakthrough in interrogation came when investigators presented Dupas with the DNA evidence linking him to the crimes. Faced with irrefutable scientific proof, his carefully constructed denials began to crumble, though he continued to show no emotional response to the enormity of his actions. As the investigation following Dupas' arrest progressed, the true magnitude of his crimes began to emerge. What had already been recognized as one of Australia's worst serial killing sprees proved to be even more extensive than investigators had initially believed. Forensic analysis of evidence, combined with information extracted during interrogation, revealed that Dupas had been responsible for murders across a wider geographic area and longer time period than previously known. The systematic nature of his crimes became even more apparent as the full pattern was revealed. The discovery of additional victims brought both closure and renewed grief to families who had been living with uncertainty about their loved ones' fates. While the confirmation of their worst fears was devastating, it also provided the certainty needed to begin the healing process. Each newly confirmed victim represented not just another count in the legal case against Dupas, but another family whose lives had been forever altered by his actions. The expanding scope of his crimes underscored just how much damage one individual could inflict on society. The investigation also revealed how close Dupas had come to claiming additional victims. Several women had encountered him and escaped, either through luck, quick thinking, or the intervention of others. These near misses served as stark reminders of how many more lives could have been lost. Building a legal case against Peter Dupas required translating years of investigative work into evidence that would satisfy the rigorous standards of the court system. The task force worked closely with prosecutors to ensure that every aspect of their case was legally sound and properly documented. The DNA evidence formed the cornerstone of the prosecution's case, but it was supported by extensive circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, and expert analysis. The prosecution team was determined to present a case so comprehensive that Dupas' guilt would be beyond any reasonable doubt. Legal proceedings in cases of this magnitude involve complex considerations beyond simply proving guilt. The prosecution had to consider the psychological impact on victims' families, the public interest in transparency, and the need to ensure that justice was both done and seen to be done. The defense faced the nearly impossible task of representing someone whose crimes were so heinous and whose guilt was supported by such overwhelming evidence. Their strategy focused on technical legal challenges rather than disputing the basic facts of Dupas' guilt. Pre-trial proceedings involved extensive legal maneuvering as both sides prepared for what would be one of Australia's most significant criminal trials. The media attention was intense, requiring careful management to ensure that publicity didn't compromise the legal process. When Peter Dupas finally faced trial, the courtroom was packed with victims' families, investigators who had worked the case, media representatives, and members of the public who had followed the case for years. The atmosphere was tense with the weight of expectation and the gravity of the charges. The prosecution's opening statements laid out a methodical case that traced Dupas' evolution from early criminal behavior to full-fledged serial killing. They presented the evidence in a way that was both comprehensive and respectful to the victims and their families. The forensic evidence presented during the trial represented the culmination of years of scientific analysis. DNA experts, crime scene analysts, and other forensic specialists provided testimony that definitively linked Dupas to his crimes, while explaining the scientific methods used to establish these connections. Victim impact statements provided the court with a powerful reminder of the human cost of Dupas' crimes. Family members spoke eloquently about their losses, the impact on their lives, and their long struggle with grief and uncertainty. The defense's case was necessarily limited given the overwhelming evidence against their client. Their primary strategy involved challenging the scientific evidence and arguing for mitigating circumstances, though these efforts faced an uphill battle against the prosecution's comprehensive case. When the jury returned their verdict of guilty on all counts, the courtroom reaction was a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and continued grief. Justice had been served, but no legal proceeding could truly compensate for the lives that had been lost or the trauma that had been inflicted. The sentencing phase provided an opportunity for the full impact of Dupas' crimes to be formally acknowledged. The judge's comments reflected not just the legal assessment of his guilt, but society's condemnation of his actions and its commitment to protecting potential future victims. Peter Dupas received multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again pose a threat to the community. The sentences reflected both the severity of his crimes and society's determination that such actions would face the ultimate legal consequences. The sentencing also provided a form of closure for the investigative team that had dedicated years of their lives to bringing Dupas to justice. Their professional satisfaction was tempered by awareness of the human cost, but they could take pride in having fulfilled their duty to both the victims and the community. For the families of victims, the sentencing marked the end of one phase of their ordeal and the beginning of another. While they had achieved justice, they still faced the lifelong process of healing from trauma and rebuilding their lives in the absence of their loved ones. The conclusion of the Dupas case had profound implications that extended far beyond the immediate legal resolution. The investigation had pushed Australian law enforcement to develop new capabilities and approaches that would benefit future investigations of similar crimes. The forensic techniques developed and refined during the Dupas investigation became standard tools for Australian law enforcement. The case demonstrated the crucial importance of preserving evidence for future analysis and established protocols that are still followed today. The psychological insights gained from studying Dupas contributed to the broader understanding of serial killer behavior and methodology. These insights have been shared with law enforcement agencies worldwide and have contributed to the development of more effective investigative approaches. The community impact of the case also led to significant changes in public safety awareness and crime prevention strategies. The lessons learned about personal security, community vigilance, and the importance of reporting suspicious behavior have had lasting benefits for public safety. The case also highlighted the importance of providing psychological support for investigators working on traumatic cases. The mental health resources developed for the Dupas Task Force became a model for supporting law enforcement personnel in similar situations. The Peter Dupas case raises profound questions about the nature of justice and society's response to extreme criminal behavior. While his conviction and sentencing provided legal resolution, many of the deeper questions raised by his crimes remain difficult to answer. The case demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of the criminal justice system. While law enforcement ultimately succeeded in apprehending and convicting Dupas, the process took many years during which additional victims were claimed. This raises questions about whether different approaches might have led to earlier resolution. The psychological aspects of the case also challenge our understanding of human nature and the factors that contribute to extreme criminal behavior. Dupas' complete lack of empathy and his apparent enjoyment of violence represent a form of evil that defies easy explanation or comprehension. For the families of victims, justice took the form of knowing that their loved one's killer had been held accountable and would never harm anyone else. However, no legal proceeding could restore what they had lost or fully heal the trauma they had experienced. The broader community found justice in the restoration of safety and the knowledge that a dangerous predator had been removed from their midst. The case also demonstrated the power of persistence and the importance of never giving up in the pursuit of justice. The Peter Dupas case left a lasting legacy that continues to influence Australian law enforcement, forensic science, and community safety practices. The investigation established new standards for interagency cooperation, evidence preservation, and victim support that have become integral parts of modern policing. The forensic advances made during the investigation contributed significantly to the development of DNA analysis as a standard investigative tool. The protocols established for evidence collection and analysis have been adopted throughout Australia and have contributed to the solution of numerous other cases. The psychological profiling techniques developed and refined during the Dupas investigation have been shared with law enforcement agencies worldwide. The insights gained into serial killer behavior and methodology continue to inform criminal investigations and academic research. The case also demonstrated the crucial importance of community involvement in criminal investigations. The tips, observations, and cooperation provided by members of the public were essential to the ultimate resolution of the case and highlighted the role that ordinary citizens play in maintaining public safety. Perhaps most importantly, the case showed that even the most challenging criminal investigations can be solved through persistence, scientific rigor, and coordinated effort. While the cost in human terms was tragically high, the successful resolution of the case provided hope that justice can ultimately prevail over even the most heinous crimes. The Peter Dupas case represents one of the darkest chapters in Australian criminal history, but also one of the most significant achievements in criminal investigation. The successful resolution of this case required the dedication of hundreds of law enforcement personnel, the development of new investigative techniques, and the cooperation of an entire community living in fear. The human cost of Dupas' crimes can never be fully calculated. Beyond the direct victims who lost their lives, countless others were traumatized by his actions. Families were destroyed, communities were terrorized, and an entire society was forced to confront the reality that evil can take human form and walk among us. However, the case also demonstrated the resilience of human society and the power of justice to ultimately triumph over evil. The investigators who refused to give up, the forensic scientists who developed new techniques, the community members who remained vigilant, and the legal professionals who ensured proper prosecution all contributed to a victory for civilization over chaos. The legacy of the Peter Dupas case continues to protect potential victims through improved investigative techniques, better forensic science, and enhanced community safety measures. While we cannot undo the harm he caused, we can honor his victims by learning from their tragedy and working to prevent similar crimes in the future. In the end, Peter Dupas was stopped not by chance or luck, but by the systematic application of human intelligence, scientific method, and unwavering commitment to justice. His capture and conviction stand as a testament to the power of organized society to protect itself from those who would do it harm. The nightmare that began in the mid-1980s finally ended with Dupas behind bars for life, unable to harm anyone ever again. While the scars he inflicted on individuals and communities may never fully heal, justice was ultimately served, and society was made safer by the dedication of those who refused to let evil triumph. The case of Peter Dupas serves as both a cautionary tale about the capacity for human evil and an inspiring example of the power of persistence, cooperation, and scientific advancement in the pursuit of justice. It reminds us that while monsters may walk among us, they can be caught, convicted, and contained when good people work together with skill, determination, and unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Acid Mother, Martha Rendell's Reign of Terror. In the shadow-draped streets of early 1900s Perth, where gaslight flickered against Victorian facades and secrets festered behind lace curtains, a woman's maternal instincts twisted into something monstrous. Martha Rendell didn't wield a knife or gun. Her weapon of choice was far more insidious, far more agonizing. With a bottle of hydrochloric acid clutched in her trembling hands, she transformed medicine into murder, turning a stepmother's care into calculated cruelty. Between 1907 and 1908, 3 innocent children would suffer unimaginable torment at the hands of the woman who should have protected them. Their screams echoed through the timber walls of 22 William Street, East Perth, where trust died drop by agonizing drop. This is the harrowing tale of Australia's most twisted maternal killer, a woman whose name would forever be etched in the blood-stained annals of criminal history as the last woman to swing from Western Australia's gallows. The year was 1906, and Perth's dusty streets buzzed with the promise of a new century. Gas lamps cast eerie shadows across weathered wooden sidewalks, while horse-drawn carriages clattered over cobblestones worn smooth by countless journeys. In this world of flickering light and creeping darkness, 2 souls would collide in what appeared to be romance, but would soon reveal itself as something far more sinister. Martha Rendell cut an unremarkable figure as she moved through Perth's social circles. A plain-faced woman of 38 with sharp, calculating eyes that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of respectability. Her thin lips rarely curved into genuine warmth, though she had mastered the art of deceptive smiles that could fool even the most discerning observer. Standing at average height with graying brown hair pulled back into a severe bun, Martha possessed an unsettling ability to blend into the background, observing, calculating, waiting. Thomas Morris, a widowed carpenter of 46, first encountered Martha at a church social gathering in the autumn of 1906. Still grieving the loss of his beloved wife, Thomas sought companionship for himself and a mother figure for his 5 children. Arthur, aged 14, Olive, 12, George, 7, and little Annie, just 4 years old. His eldest, May, had already left home to work as a domestic servant, leaving the younger ones desperately in need of maternal care. Thomas was a hard-working man whose calloused hands spoke of years spent crafting furniture and repairing homes throughout Perth's growing suburbs. His weathered face bore the lines of grief and exhaustion, carved deep by the dual burden of supporting his family while mourning his wife's untimely death from consumption. The children, still reeling from their mother's loss, clung to memories of gentle lullabies and warm embraces, memories that would soon be replaced by nightmares beyond imagination. Martha approached the courtship with calculated precision, presenting herself as the perfect solution to Thomas's domestic troubles. She spoke in soft, measured tones about her love for children, her skills in housekeeping, and her desire to provide a nurturing home environment. Her eyes would soften or appear to when discussing the motherless children, and she painted elaborate pictures of the happy family they could become. "Those poor dears," she would murmur, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "They need a woman's touch, a mother's love. I could give them that, Thomas. I could make your house a real home again." Thomas, blinded by grief and desperate for help with his struggling household, saw salvation in Martha's promises. He failed to notice the way her smile never quite reached those calculating eyes, or how her fingers would drum impatiently against her skirts when the children's natural exuberance interrupted adult conversations. The red flags were there, subtle but persistent. The way she would grip a child's arm just a little too tightly when correcting behavior, or the flash of irritation that would cross her features when they laughed too loudly or played too enthusiastically. The courtship progressed swiftly, fueled by Thomas's practical needs and Martha's mysterious urgency to establish herself within the Morris household. By December 1906, she had moved into the cramped wooden house at 22 William Street, East Perth, a modest dwelling that would soon witness horrors beyond comprehension. The house itself seemed to sense the approaching darkness. Built of rough-hewn timber with a corrugated iron roof, it creaked and groaned in the Perth winds like a living thing in pain. The narrow rooms were connected by dim hallways where shadows gathered in the corners, and the kitchen, Martha's domain, became a laboratory of calculated cruelty. Windows were small and grimy, allowing only filtered light to penetrate the growing gloom that seemed to seep from Martha's very presence. Initially, the children welcomed their new stepmother with the desperate hope that only orphaned hearts can possess. Arthur, the eldest at 14, maintained a protective distance but yearned for the stability that Martha promised. Olive, at 12, craved female guidance and saw in Martha the possibility of restored femininity to their masculine household. Little George, just 7, and tiny Annie, only 4, simply wanted someone to fill the gaping void left by their mother's death. Martha's transformation from caring stepmother to calculating killer didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual descent into depravity that began with small cruelties and escalated into unspeakable acts. The first signs appeared within weeks of her arrival, subtle changes that the grief-stricken family initially dismissed as adjustments to their new living arrangement. Food began disappearing from the children's plates, not enough to cause immediate concern, but sufficient to leave growing bodies perpetually hungry. Martha would explain these shortages with concerned sighs about stretched finances and the need for careful rationing. The children's clothes, once clean and mended with their late mother's loving care, began showing signs of neglect. Tears went unrepaired, stains remained untreated, and the overall appearance of the Morris children slowly deteriorated. More disturbing were the medicinal treatments that Martha began administering with increasing frequency. She claimed extensive knowledge of home remedies and natural cures, presenting herself as a healer to Thomas, who was grateful for any help with his children's health concerns. When young George complained of a sore throat in early 1907, Martha appeared at his bedside with a small brown bottle and a concerned expression. "This will help, dear," she cooed, her voice honeyed with false affection. "Just a small dose to ease the pain. Trust your new mother." The liquid was colorless and odorless, hydrochloric acid diluted just enough to avoid immediate detection but concentrated enough to begin its deadly work. George's small face contorted in agony as the acid burned his throat and stomach lining, but Martha attributed his distress to the natural course of his illness. "Sometimes medicine tastes terrible," she explained to Thomas when he expressed concern about George's violent reactions. "But it's necessary for his recovery. You want him to get better, don't you?" Thomas, exhausted from work and overwhelmed by his responsibilities, accepted Martha's explanations without question. He was a simple man who understood wood and nails, not the complexities of medicine or the depths of human evil. When Martha spoke with authority about treatments and remedies, he deferred to her supposed expertise, never imagining that the woman he'd brought into his home harbored the soul of a killer. The acid attacks began in earnest during the winter of 1907, when Perth's cool months provided perfect cover for Martha's explanations about seasonal illnesses requiring aggressive treatment. She had obtained the hydrochloric acid through connections in Perth's small industrial community. The substance was commonly used for cleaning and metalwork, making its acquisition relatively simple for someone with Martha's cunning and determination. Each dose was carefully calculated to cause maximum suffering while maintaining plausible deniability. Too much would cause immediate death and inevitable investigation. Too little would fail to achieve her murderous goals. Martha had found the perfect balance. Enough acid to slowly destroy her victims from within while appearing to be a dedicated caregiver fighting desperately to save them. The children's behavior began changing as the poison took its toll. Previously energetic youngsters became listless and withdrawn, complaining constantly of stomach pains and burning sensations in their throats. Their appetites disappeared entirely, though Martha explained this as a natural result of their ongoing illnesses. Sleep became elusive as pain racked their small bodies, and their cries echoed through the thin walls of the William Street house. Neighbors occasionally expressed concern about the sounds emanating from the Morris residence. Children's sobs, muffled screams, and Martha's voice offering false comfort. But in an era when child discipline was considered a private family matter and medical knowledge remained primitive, these concerns rarely translated into action. The community trusted that Martha, as the children's stepmother, had their best interests at heart. As 1907 drew to a close, the first victim was approaching the final stages of Martha's sadistic plan. Young George, once a robust and playful 7-year-old, had been reduced to a shadow of his former self. His small frame was racked with constant pain, his innocent face gaunt and pale from months of systematic poisoning. The acid had begun its final, fatal work, eating away at his internal organs with relentless determination. Martha watched his suffering with cold satisfaction, maintaining her facade of concern while internally celebrating the approaching success of her murderous scheme. She had discovered something terrible about herself during these months of calculated cruelty. She enjoyed the power of life and death, the absolute control over helpless victims, the thrill of fooling an entire community while committing the most heinous acts imaginable. The stage was set for the horrors that would follow. 3 children would die in agony, their trust betrayed by the very person who should have protected them. Martha Rendell had tasted blood, and she found herself hungry for more. The serpent in mother's clothing was ready to strike again, and again, until the very foundations of the Morris household crumbled beneath the weight of her unspeakable crimes. Thomas Morris continued his daily routine, leaving each morning for work and returning each evening to a house that grew darker with each passing day. He remained blind to the monster living under his roof, the woman who was systematically destroying his family while wearing the mask of maternal devotion. The children's deteriorating condition troubled him, But Martha's explanations seemed reasonable, her treatments appeared medicinal, and her dedication seemed genuine. In the gathering shadows of that Perth winter, evil had found its perfect disguise: the face of a concerned mother, the voice of a caring healer, the hands of a supposed savior. But beneath this carefully constructed facade lurked something far more terrifying than any monster from nightmare or folklore. Martha Rendell was real, she was methodical, and she was just beginning her reign of terror. The first chapter of this horrific tale was drawing to its bloody conclusion, but the worst was yet to come. 3 innocent lives hung in the balance, suspended over an abyss of unimaginable suffering by the thinnest threads of a killer's restraint. Soon, those threads would snap, and hell itself would seem a mercy compared to what awaited the children of 22 William Street. The dawn of 1908 brought no relief to the Morris household, only the continuation of a nightmare that had already consumed months of innocent lives. The Australian summer blazed mercilessly outside the windows of 22 William Street, but inside the timber walls, a different kind of heat was burning. The slow, agonizing fire of hydrochloric acid eating away at young George Morris's vital organs. 7-year-old George had become Martha Rendell's primary laboratory subject, though he remained blissfully unaware of his role in her twisted experiments. What he knew was pain, constant, excruciating pain that no child should ever endure. The acid treatments had been increasing in frequency and concentration throughout the previous months, each dose carefully calibrated to maximize suffering while maintaining the illusion of legitimate medical care. Martha had developed a routine that chilled in its methodical precision. Each morning, she would check on George with theatrical concern, pressing her hand to his fevered brow and making sympathetic noises about his continuing illness. Her performance was flawless, the worried stepmother doing everything possible to nurse her sick child back to health. She would then retreat to the kitchen, where she kept her arsenal of death hidden among legitimate household supplies. The hydrochloric acid lived in an innocuous brown bottle tucked behind cleaning supplies, its deadly contents disguised as medicine. Martha would hold the bottle up to the morning light streaming through the grimy kitchen window, watching the clear liquid swirl with an almost hypnotic fascination. This was her power, her control, her ability to play God with the lives of helpless children. "Time for your medicine, George," she would call in her sweetest voice, the tone of maternal care masking intentions that belonged in hell itself. George had learned to dread those words. His small body would instinctively recoil when Martha approached with the bottle and spoon, but there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from the woman who held absolute authority over his world. Thomas was at work, the other children were either at school or too young to understand, and the adults in George's limited universe all seemed to trust Martha implicitly. The administration of each dose became a ritual of refined cruelty. Martha would sit on the edge of George's bed, her face arranged in a mask of loving concern, while internally savoring the anticipation of his suffering. She would speak in soothing tones about how the medicine would make him feel better, how he needed to be brave for his father, how good boys always took their medicine without fussing. "Open wide, darling," she would coo, the endearment dripping with false affection. "This will help with the burning in your tummy. I know it doesn't taste good, but medicine never does." The acid would hit George's tongue first, causing immediate chemical burns to the delicate tissues of his mouth. His small face would contort in agony as the liquid fire traveled down his throat, scorching everything in its path. The burning sensation would intensify as it reached his stomach, where the acid would begin its systematic destruction of his digestive system. George's screams became a regular soundtrack to life at 22 William Street. His cries of "It burns! It burns!" echoed through the narrow hallways, a heartbreaking chorus that should have alerted anyone with basic human compassion to the horror unfolding within those walls. But Martha had crafted her explanations with diabolical cleverness. The screams were simply the result of a particularly severe case of gastric inflammation, a condition that required aggressive treatment despite the temporary discomfort it caused. The physical changes in George were becoming impossible to ignore by early February 1908. His once round cheeks had hollowed into gaunt shadows, his bright eyes had dulled to empty windows of pain, and his small frame had withered to skeletal proportions. The acid was systematically destroying his digestive tract, making it impossible for him to process food properly and condemning him to slow starvation even when nutrients were available. Martha documented every symptom with the cold precision of a scientist observing a laboratory experiment. She noted how the acid affected different parts of George's body, how his pain manifested in various ways, and how his overall condition deteriorated with each administered dose. This wasn't random cruelty, it was calculated torture conducted with methodical attention to detail. The other children in the household were beginning to show signs of fear and confusion about George's condition. Olive, at 12, possessed enough maturity to recognize that something was terribly wrong with her younger brother, but lacked the knowledge or authority to challenge Martha's medical authority. She would sit beside George's bed during his worst episodes, holding his small hand and whispering words of comfort that carried more genuine care than anything their stepmother had ever offered. "Why doesn't George get better?" Olive asked Martha one morning, her young voice trembling with concern and growing suspicion. Martha's response was swift and calculated, delivered with just the right mixture of sadness and determination. "Some illnesses are very stubborn, dear. Poor George has caught something quite serious, but we must keep trying to help him. That's what families do. We never give up on each other." The irony of those words, spoken by a woman who was systematically murdering the child she claimed to be helping, added an extra layer of horror to an already nightmarish situation. Martha had not only perfected the art of killing, she had mastered the ability to present herself as the hero of the very tragedy she was orchestrating. 4-year-old Annie was too young to understand the medical aspects of her brother's illness, but she possessed the intuitive sensitivity that often exists in very small children. She would cling to her father when he returned from work, sensing the wrongness that permeated their home even if she couldn't articulate her fears. Her innocent questions about why George cried so much were dismissed by Martha as the natural concerns of a confused child. Thomas Morris remained tragically oblivious to the murder occurring under his own roof. His days were consumed by the physical demands of carpentry work, and his evenings were dedicated to attempting to maintain some semblance of normal family life despite George's ongoing illness. He trusted Martha's medical knowledge implicitly, seeing her constant attention to George as evidence of her maternal dedication rather than signs of her homicidal obsession. "You're doing everything possible," Thomas would tell Martha as she emerged from George's room after another treatment session. "I don't know what we would do without you." Martha would respond with appropriate modesty, accepting his gratitude while hiding her satisfaction at how completely she had deceived him. She was playing multiple roles simultaneously: grieving stepmother, dedicated nurse, concerned family member, and her performance was so convincing that even those closest to the horror remained blind to its true nature. The acid treatments continued to escalate throughout February 1908, each dose pushing George closer to the agonizing death that Martha had planned for him from the beginning. His small body was fighting a losing battle against the chemical assault, his organs slowly shutting down as the acid completed its destructive work. Sleep became impossible as pain consumed every moment of his existence, and his cries grew weaker as his strength ebbed away. Martha began preparing for the final act of her murderous drama. She started making comments about George's condition taking a turn for the worse, about the possibility that his illness might be more serious than initially thought. She spoke of consulting doctors if his condition didn't improve soon, knowing full well that by the time any medical professional examined George, he would be beyond any earthly help. The community around 22 William Street remained largely unaware of the horror unfolding in their midst. Neighbors occasionally heard the sounds of a sick child, but such situations were common in an era of limited medical knowledge and high childhood mortality rates. Martha's reputation as a devoted stepmother who was doing everything possible for her sick child actually worked to her advantage, deflecting any potential suspicion about the true cause of George's suffering. As February progressed toward March, George's condition reached its final, critical stage. The months of acid poisoning had destroyed his digestive system beyond any possibility of recovery, and his small body was beginning the process of shutting down. Martha watched his decline with the cold satisfaction of a chess player approaching checkmate, knowing that she had successfully executed her plan without detection or suspicion. The 8-year-old boy, for George had reached that milestone birthday during his months of torture, was now little more than a breathing skeleton wrapped in pain-racked flesh. His once bright smile had disappeared entirely, replaced by the grimace of constant agony. His voice, when he could manage to speak at all, was reduced to hoarse whispers begging for the pain to stop. Martha's behavior during these final weeks revealed the true depths of her depravity. Rather than showing genuine concern for George's deteriorating condition, she seemed energized by his approaching death. She moved through the house with barely contained excitement, planning her next moves while maintaining her facade of grieving dedication to her dying stepchild. The other children sensed the approaching tragedy even if they couldn't fully comprehend it. The atmosphere in the house grew heavier with each passing day, charged with an electric tension that seemed to emanate from Martha herself. She was approaching the culmination of months of careful planning and methodical torture, and the anticipation was almost unbearable. Thomas Morris worked longer hours, partly from financial necessity, but also from an unconscious desire to escape the suffocating darkness that had settled over his home. He couldn't have known that every minute he spent away from William Street was another minute that Martha had to perfect her techniques and plan her next victim. The carpenter who had once believed he was providing his children with a loving stepmother had instead delivered them into the hands of a monster. As March 1908 dawned, the first act of Martha Rendell's reign of terror was approaching its climax. George Morris lay dying by degrees, his young life being measured out in drops of acid and moments of unspeakable pain. But even as one innocent life flickered toward extinction, the killer's appetite was growing stronger, her confidence was building, and her eyes were already turning toward her next victims. The acid angel of death had tasted blood and found it intoxicating. George's approaching demise wasn't the end of Martha's murderous career. It was simply the successful completion of her apprenticeship in the art of killing children. 2 more young lives would soon follow George into the darkness, each death more calculated and cruel than the last. The horror was far from over. If anything, it was about to reach new depths of depravity as Martha Rendell prepared to claim her second victim. The death of young George Morris in March 1908 should have marked the end of the nightmare plaguing 22 William Street. Instead, it served only as the opening note in a symphony of suffering that would claim 2 more innocent lives before Martha Rendell's bloodlust was finally satisfied. George's passing, officially attributed to gastric inflammation by a medical system ill-equipped to detect sophisticated poisoning, had provided Martha with valuable experience in the mechanics of murder and the art of deception. As George's small body was laid to rest in Perth's rocky soil, Martha was already mentally selecting her next victim. The successful completion of her first kill had not satisfied her murderous appetite. Rather, it had awakened something far more dangerous, a taste for the ultimate power over life and death, combined with the intoxicating thrill of fooling an entire community while committing the most heinous crimes imaginable. 4-year-old Annie Morris became Martha's second target, chosen with the same cold calculation that had sealed George's fate. Annie possessed all the qualities that made her perfect for Martha's purposes. She was young enough to be completely helpless, innocent enough to trust unconditionally, and small enough that her suffering could be easily controlled and concealed. The little girl who had once run laughing through the narrow hallways of the William Street house was about to discover that the woman she called Mother harbored the soul of a demon. Martha's approach with Annie was refined by the lessons learned during George's prolonged torture. She had discovered that the gradual introduction of acid treatments was more effective than sudden, massive doses. It allowed for greater control over the victim's suffering while maintaining plausible medical explanations for the deterioration. With Annie, Martha planned to perfect her technique, to create a masterpiece of methodical murder that would serve as the foundation for future kills. The summer of 1908 blazed across Perth with relentless intensity, but inside the Morris household, a different kind of heat was building. The slow burn of acid beginning its deadly work on Annie's tiny digestive system. Martha initiated her second campaign of murder with the same theatrical performance that had proven so successful with George, presenting herself as the concerned stepmother worried about Annie's sudden onset of stomach troubles. "Poor little Annie seems to have caught something," Martha announced to Thomas one sweltering evening in April. "She's been complaining about her tummy hurting." I think I should start giving her some medicine to help with the discomfort. Thomas, still grieving George's recent death and exhausted from the emotional and financial strain of his loss, accepted Martha's assessment without question. The carpenter's trust in his wife's medical knowledge remained absolute, reinforced by her apparent dedication during George's final illness. He couldn't have imagined that the woman expressing such concern for Annie's well-being was actually planning her systematic destruction. Martha's acid treatments began immediately, administered with the same ritualistic precision that had characterized George's torture. Each morning, she would enter Annie's small bedroom carrying the brown bottle that contained liquid death, her face arranged in a mask of maternal concern, while her heart raced with anticipation of the suffering to come. "Time for your medicine, sweetheart," Martha would whisper, her voice honeyed with false affection. "This will make your tummy feel better. Be a good girl and take it all." Annie's reaction to the first dose was immediate and heartbreaking. The 4-year-old's face crumpled in confusion and pain as the acid burned her mouth and throat, her small hands flying to her neck as if trying to escape the fire consuming her from within. Her trusting brown eyes filled with tears as she looked up at Martha, seeking comfort from the very person who was systematically destroying her. "It hurts, Mama," Annie whispered, using the title that Martha had encouraged her to adopt. "It burns my mouth." Martha's response was perfectly calibrated to maintain her facade while savoring Annie's suffering. She gathered the little girl into her arms with theatrical tenderness, stroking her hair while speaking in soothing tones about how medicine sometimes tasted bad but was necessary for getting better. Internally, she was cataloging every detail of Annie's reaction, noting how the acid affected her smaller body differently than it had impacted George. The systematic poisoning of Annie Morris continued throughout the autumn of 1908, with Martha gradually increasing both the frequency and concentration of the acid doses. Each treatment was a carefully orchestrated session of torture, designed to maximize suffering while maintaining the illusion of legitimate medical care. Martha had learned to time the treatments perfectly, severe enough to cause excruciating pain but not so intense as to cause immediate death that might prompt unwanted investigation. Annie's transformation was both gradual and devastating. The cheerful, energetic 4-year-old, who had once filled the house with laughter and childish games, slowly withered into a shadow of her former self. Her appetite disappeared entirely as the acid systematically destroyed her ability to digest food, and her small frame began to waste away with horrifying rapidity. The physical changes were accompanied by behavioral shifts that broke the hearts of everyone except the person causing them. Annie became clingy and fearful, sensing that something was terribly wrong, even though she lacked the cognitive ability to understand what was happening to her. She would beg to sleep in her father's bed, crying inconsolably when left alone with Martha during the day. "I don't want to take medicine," Annie would plead, her small voice trembling with terror she couldn't articulate. "It makes me hurt. Please don't make me take medicine." Martha's response to these pleas revealed the full extent of her sadistic nature. Rather than feeling any compassion for the child's suffering, she seemed to derive additional satisfaction from Annie's fear and desperation. The power she wielded over the helpless 4-year-old was intoxicating, feeding a psychological need that grew stronger with each administered dose of acid. "Medicine is supposed to taste bad," Martha would explain with false patience. "That's how you know it's working. Good girls take their medicine without making such a fuss. Do you want to be a good girl for Mama?" The manipulation was sophisticated and cruel, using Annie's natural desire to please adults against her own survival instincts. Martha had weaponized the trust relationship between adult and child, turning maternal authority into an instrument of torture that was perhaps more devastating than the physical acid itself. As Annie's condition deteriorated throughout the winter of 1908, Martha's attention began to shift toward her third and final victim, 12-year-old Olive Morris. Unlike her younger siblings, Olive possessed enough maturity to recognize that something was fundamentally wrong with the pattern of illness and death that had settled over their household. Her growing suspicion made her both a more challenging target and a more urgent threat to Martha's continued success. Olive had been the most resistant to accepting Martha as a replacement mother, maintaining loyalty to her deceased birth mother's memory and viewing the stepmother with barely concealed suspicion. Her intelligence and observational skills made her dangerous to Martha's plans, but those same qualities also made her destruction all the more satisfying to contemplate. Martha began laying the groundwork for Olive's murder while Annie's torture continued, using the same gradual approach that had proven so effective with her previous victims. She started making comments about Olive's health, expressing concern about the 12-year-old's appetite and energy levels. The stage was being set for another campaign of systematic poisoning, with Martha playing her familiar role as the worried stepmother trying to help a sick child. Olive seems to be coming down with something, Martha mentioned to Thomas during one of their evening conversations. She's been looking pale lately, and she complained of stomach pains after dinner. I hope she hasn't caught whatever poor George and Annie had. The suggestion was planted with diabolical cleverness. The idea that some mysterious illness was stalking the Morris children, requiring aggressive treatment to prevent further tragedy. Thomas, already traumatized by George's death and watching Annie's decline, was primed to accept Martha's medical interventions without question. He saw her as their family's defender against whatever malevolent force was claiming his children's lives. Olive's first acid treatment occurred on a cold June morning in 1908, administered while Thomas was at work and Annie lay semi-conscious in her bed, too weak from months of poisoning to witness her sister's initiation into the same nightmare. Martha approached Olive's bedroom with the familiar brown bottle, her face set in the expression of concerned authority that had fooled so many people for so long. "I need to give you some medicine, Olive," Martha announced, her tone brooking no argument. "You've been looking unwell lately, and I want to prevent you from getting as sick as George and Annie." Olive's response was different from her younger siblings. She possessed enough awareness to question Martha's medical authority and enough courage to resist. The 12-year-old backed away from her stepmother, her eyes reflecting a fear that was both instinctive and informed. "I don't want any medicine," Olive stated firmly. "I feel fine. There's nothing wrong with me." Martha's mask slipped slightly, revealing a flash of the cold fury that lurked beneath her maternal facade. She was not accustomed to resistance from her victims, and Olive's defiance triggered something primitive and violent in her psychological makeup. This would not be the gentle deception that had worked with George and Annie. This would be a battle of wills, with death as the ultimate prize. "You will take this medicine," Martha replied, her voice dropping to a threatening whisper. "You will take it now, and you will not argue with me. I am your mother, and you will do as I say." The confrontation that followed was brief but definitive. Olive was 12 years old and weakened by poor nutrition and the stress of watching her siblings suffer. Martha was a full-grown adult with the advantages of authority and desperate determination. The acid was administered by force, held down and poured into Olive's mouth despite her struggles and screams. The effect on Olive was immediate and catastrophic. Unlike her younger siblings, who had initially trusted Martha's explanations, Olive understood immediately that she was being poisoned. The 12-year-old's screams echoed through the house with a different quality than George's or Annie's. They carried not just pain but betrayal, not just suffering but the terrible knowledge of deliberate murder. "You're trying to kill me," Olive gasped between waves of agony. "You killed George. You're killing Annie. You're a monster." Martha's response to this accusation revealed the final depths of her depravity. Rather than being disturbed by Olive's recognition of her crimes, she seemed energized by the older child's awareness of her fate. There was something particularly satisfying about torturing a victim who understood exactly what was happening, who could anticipate each dose of acid and comprehend the inevitable outcome. "No one will believe you," Martha whispered as Olive writhed in pain. "You're just a sick little girl having delusions from your fever. Your father trusts me completely. The neighbors think I'm a devoted mother. There's no one to help you, no one to save you. You're going to die just like George, just like Annie will die, and everyone will feel sorry for poor Martha who tried so hard to save her 6 stepchildren." The psychological torture was perhaps even crueler than the physical acid treatments. Olive was forced to watch helplessly as Annie's condition continued to deteriorate, knowing that her little sister was being murdered but lacking any means to stop it or seek help. The 12-year-old was trapped in a nightmare where the truth was visible but unprovable, where the killer wore the mask of a caregiver and where rescue seemed impossible. As winter progressed toward spring in 1908, Martha was simultaneously managing the final stages of Annie's murder while initiating Olive's destruction. The 4-year-old was barely clinging to life, her tiny body ravaged by months of acid poisoning, while the 12-year-old was beginning her own descent into the same hellish suffering that had claimed her brother and would soon claim her sister. The house at 22 William Street had become a charnel house disguised as a family home, where death stalked the hallways wearing the face of maternal care. 3 children were dying by degrees, their lives measured out in drops of acid and moments of unspeakable agony, while their father worked each day to support the very monster who was systematically destroying his family. Martha Rendell had perfected her technique, refined her methods, and discovered depths of cruelty within herself that defied human understanding. The harvest of innocence was nearly complete, with 2 young lives already claimed and a third approaching its bloody conclusion. But even as she savored her approaching triumph, the seeds of her own destruction were beginning to sprout. The acid angel of death had grown careless in her confidence, leaving traces of her crimes that would soon catch the attention of those with the power to stop her. The nightmare was approaching its climax, and justice, delayed but not denied, was finally stirring from its long slumber. The spring of 1909 should have brought renewal and hope to the Morris household, but the seasons had lost all meaning within the cursed walls of 22 William Street. Instead of new life emerging from Perth's sun-baked soil, death continued its relentless march through Thomas Morris's family. Annie Morris had succumbed to Martha's acid torture in October 1908, her tiny body finally surrendering after months of unspeakable agony. 12-year-old Olive followed her sister into the grave in January 1909. Her final weeks a masterpiece of calculated cruelty that had satisfied Martha's bloodlust while maintaining her facade of devoted stepmother. 3 children were dead, their lives snuffed out by the methodical application of hydrochloric acid administered by the woman who should have protected them. Martha Rendell had achieved her twisted goals with surgical precision, leaving behind a trail of small graves and a grieving father who remained tragically unaware of the monster sharing his bed. But evil, no matter how carefully concealed, eventually leaves traces that cannot be hidden forever. The very success of Martha's murderous campaign would ultimately prove to be her undoing, as the pattern of death surrounding the Morris children began to attract attention from those with the knowledge and authority to recognize systematic poisoning when they saw it. The first crack in Martha's carefully constructed facade appeared in the form of Dr. Cuthbert Marriott, a Perth physician who had been peripherally involved in treating the Morris children during their final illnesses. Unlike the general practitioners who had initially examined the victims, Dr. Marriott possessed specialized knowledge of toxicology and had begun to notice disturbing patterns in the symptoms he had observed. The doctor's suspicions were initially vague, a nagging sense that the progression of illness in the Morris children didn't quite match the official diagnoses of gastric inflammation and related digestive disorders. The rapid deterioration, the specific nature of the internal damage, and the consistent failure of conventional treatments all pointed towards something more sinister than natural disease. Dr. Marriott's concerns deepened when he learned of Annie's death, followed so closely by Olive's demise. 3 children from the same household, all dying from similar symptoms within the span of 18 months. The statistical probability of such an occurrence being natural was astronomically low. Medical instinct and scientific training combined to raise red flags that could no longer be ignored. "I've seen gastric inflammation before," Dr. Marriott confided to a colleague during a private conversation in early 1909. "What happened to those Morris children doesn't fit the pattern. The tissue damage, the progression of symptoms, the complete failure of treatment. Something else was at work there." The medical community in Perth was small and interconnected, and Dr. Marriott's concerns soon reached the ears of other physicians who had encountered the Morris family during their tragedy. Gradually, a consensus began to emerge among those with sufficient expertise to recognize the signs. The Morris children had not died from natural causes. The growing medical suspicion coincided with increasing community unease about the extraordinary string of deaths that had befallen Thomas Morris's family. Neighbors who had initially felt sympathy for the grieving widower and his dedicated wife began to whisper among themselves about the unnaturally high mortality rate at 22 William Street. The statistical improbability of losing 3 children in such rapid succession was becoming impossible to ignore. Martha, intoxicated by her success and confident in her ability to deceive the authorities, had grown careless in her methods. The woman who had once planned each acid treatment with meticulous precision was now operating with the arrogance of someone who believed herself untouchable. She had begun making mistakes, small errors in judgment that would ultimately prove fatal to her freedom. One of Martha's most significant errors was her failure to dispose properly of the hydrochloric acid she had used in her murders. The brown bottle that had contained liquid death for 3 innocent children remained hidden in the kitchen at William Street, its contents still detectable to anyone with the knowledge and inclination to look for them. This physical evidence would prove crucial when investigators finally began their work. The investigation that would ultimately expose Martha Rendell's crimes began unofficially in March 1909, when Dr. Marriott approached the Perth police with his concerns about the Morris children's deaths. His medical expertise gave weight to suspicions that might otherwise have been dismissed as community gossip, and his specific observations about the symptoms provided investigators with a starting point for their inquiries. Detective Inspector Harry Mann, a seasoned investigator with the Western Australia Police, was assigned to look into the Morris family deaths. Mann was a thorough, methodical officer who had built his reputation on his ability to see patterns that others missed and to pursue truth regardless of how deeply it might be buried. The detective's initial interviews with neighbors and medical professionals quickly convinced him that the Morris children's deaths warranted serious investigation. 3 children don't die from stomach problems in 18 months without something being very wrong, Mann observed to his sergeant during the early stages of the investigation. And everything I'm hearing about that stepmother doesn't sit right. Too convenient, too perfect, too many coincidences. The detective's instincts proved accurate as the investigation began to uncover evidence that contradicted Martha's carefully constructed narrative. Witnesses emerged who remembered details that had seemed insignificant at the time but took on sinister meaning when viewed in the context of systematic poisoning. Neighbors recalled seeing Martha dispose of bottles and containers in ways that seemed unnecessarily secretive. Medical professionals began sharing their private doubts about the official causes of death. Most damaging of all was the discovery of the brown bottle containing traces of hydrochloric acid, found hidden among cleaning supplies in the William Street kitchen during a police search in April 1909. Chemical analysis confirmed that the bottle had contained a concentration of acid far higher than anything required for legitimate household use. Exactly the strength that would be needed to cause the type of internal damage that had killed the Morris children. Martha's reaction to the police investigation revealed the true depths of her narcissistic personality. Rather than showing appropriate concern about the authorities looking into her stepchildren's deaths, she displayed an almost manic confidence in her ability to manipulate the situation to her advantage. She had fooled Thomas Morris, the medical establishment, and the entire community for over 2 years. Surely she could handle a few provincial police officers. I don't understand why anyone would question my care for those poor children, Martha told Detective Mann during their first formal interview. I did everything possible to save them. I nursed them day and night, gave them every treatment I could think of, consulted with doctors about their conditions. If anyone is to blame for their deaths, it's the medical system that failed to provide adequate care. The performance was polished and convincing, delivered with just the right combination of indignation and grief. But Detective Mann was not Thomas Morris. He was a trained investigator with years of experience in recognizing deception. Martha's overly detailed explanations, her defensive responses to routine questions, and her obvious attempts to control the narrative all raised red flags that confirmed his suspicions about her guilt. The investigation accelerated throughout the summer of 1909 as evidence continued to accumulate against Martha. Exhumation orders were obtained for the bodies of George, Annie, and Olive Morris, and post-mortem examinations were conducted by Dr. Edgar Thompson, the government pathologist. The results were conclusive and horrifying. All 3 children showed extensive internal damage consistent with hydrochloric acid poisoning, damage that could not have been caused by any natural disease process. Dr. Thompson's report made for gruesome reading, detailing the systematic destruction of the children's digestive systems and the prolonged agony they must have endured during their final months. The pathologist's findings provided the scientific evidence needed to support criminal charges, transforming suspicions into legal certainties. The damage I observed in these children's remains is consistent with prolonged exposure to concentrated hydrochloric acid, Dr. Thompson stated in his official report. The pattern and extent of tissue destruction could only have resulted from deliberate administration of this substance over an extended period. These children were systematically poisoned, armed with forensic evidence, witness statements, and physical proof in the form of the acid bottle. Detective Mann was finally ready to bring Martha Rendell to justice. On August 15, 1909, 18 months after Olive Morris's death and over 2 years after George's murder, Martha was arrested at 22 William Street and charged with 3 counts of willful murder. The arrest scene was almost anticlimactic after the months of investigation and growing suspense. Martha offered no resistance when Detective Mann arrived with the warrant, though she maintained her innocence with the same theatrical conviction that had characterized her entire murderous career. She seemed genuinely surprised that her carefully constructed facade had finally crumbled, unable to comprehend how her perfect crimes had been exposed. "This is a terrible mistake," Martha declared as the handcuffs were applied. "I loved those children like my own. I would never hurt them. Someone has poisoned people's minds against me, filled them with lies and suspicions. The truth will come out at trial." Thomas Morris's reaction to his wife's arrest was devastating to witness. The man who had trusted Martha with his children's lives, who had seen her as their salvation rather than their destroyer, was forced to confront the horrifying reality that he had delivered his family into the hands of a killer. The psychological trauma of this revelation would haunt him for the rest of his life, adding another layer of tragedy to Martha's already extensive list of crimes. The trial of Martha Rendell began on November 1, 1909, in the Supreme Court of Western Australia before Chief Justice Sir John Simon. The courtroom was packed with spectators eager to hear the details of the case that had scandalized Perth society and captured the attention of the entire continent. Reporters from newspapers across Australia had descended on the city to cover what was already being called the trial of the century. The Crown's case, presented by Attorney General T.A.L. Davey, was methodical and comprehensive. The prosecution laid out the timeline of the murders, presented the forensic evidence, and called witness after witness to testify about Martha's behavior during the period when the children were being systematically poisoned. The medical testimony was particularly damaging, with Dr. Thompson providing detailed explanations of how hydrochloric acid had been used to torture and kill 3 innocent victims. Martha's defense attorney, T.A. Coughlin, faced an almost impossible task. The physical evidence was overwhelming, the medical testimony was conclusive, and the pattern of behavior was too consistent to explain away as coincidence. His strategy focused on challenging the forensic evidence and attempting to create reasonable doubt about Martha's access to and knowledge of hydrochloric acid. The defense's efforts were hampered by Martha's own behavior during the trial. Rather than showing appropriate remorse or even maintaining a consistent story, she continued to display the narcissistic confidence that had characterized her entire murderous career. Her testimony on her own behalf was arrogant and unconvincing, filled with inconsistencies and obvious attempts at manipulation that only served to reinforce the prosecution's case. "I was a devoted mother to those children," Martha insisted from the witness stand. "Everything I did was motivated by love and concern for their welfare. If my treatments were unsuccessful, it was due to the severity of their conditions, not from any lack of care on my part." The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning with their verdict. On November 10, 1909, Martha Rendell was found guilty on all 3 counts of willful murder. Chief Justice Simon, in pronouncing sentence, delivered words that would echo through Australian legal history. "Martha Rendell, you have been found guilty by a jury of your peers of the most heinous crimes imaginable, the systematic murder of 3 innocent children who trusted you with their lives. Your crimes were not committed in passion or desperation, but were planned and executed with a coldness that defies human understanding. The law demands, and justice requires, that you pay the ultimate penalty for your unspeakable acts." The sentence was death by hanging, to be carried out at Fremantle Prison. Martha would have the dubious distinction of being the last woman executed in Western Australia, her crimes so heinous that even those opposed to capital punishment found it difficult to argue for clemency. Appeals were filed but ultimately rejected, with higher courts finding no legal basis for overturning the conviction or commuting the sentence. The evidence was too strong, the crimes too horrific, and the danger of allowing Martha to live too great to justify mercy. She had shown no mercy to her victims. Society would show none to her. The execution of Martha Rendell took place on October 6, 1909, before a small crowd of officials and witnesses at Fremantle Prison. She maintained her innocence to the end, refusing to confess to crimes that were proven beyond any reasonable doubt. Her final words were reported to be a continuation of her self-serving narrative, expressing regret for the misunderstanding that had led to her conviction rather than showing any remorse for the 3 young lives she had destroyed. At 8 a.m. precisely, the trapdoor opened beneath Martha Rendell's feet, ending the life of one of Australia's most prolific child killers. The woman who had wielded hydrochloric acid like a weapon, who had turned maternal care into systematic torture, who had murdered 3 innocent children for reasons that remained incomprehensible to rational minds, was finally called to account for her crimes. The aftermath of Martha's execution brought little comfort to those she had left behind. Thomas Morris never fully recovered from the psychological trauma of learning that his beloved children had been murdered by the woman he had trusted to care for them. He lived the rest of his days haunted by guilt and regret, wondering how he had failed to see the monster living under his own roof. Arthur Morris, the eldest child who had been away working during most of Martha's murderous campaign, struggled throughout his life with survivor's guilt and the knowledge that his younger siblings had suffered and died while he remained safe. The psychological scars left by Martha's crimes extended far beyond her direct victims, destroying an entire family and leaving wounds that would never fully heal. The case of Martha Rendell became a landmark in Australian criminal history, studied by law enforcement professionals and legal scholars for decades afterward. Her crimes demonstrated the particular horror of betrayed trust, the vulnerability of children to those who should protect them, and the devastating consequences when evil disguises itself as care. But perhaps most chillingly, Martha Rendell's story served as a reminder that monsters are not always easily recognizable. They don't always lurk in dark alleys or announce their intentions with obvious threats. Sometimes they wear the faces of caregivers, speak in soothing voices, and hide their evil behind masks of respectability and concern. The brown bottle that had contained death for 3 innocent children was destroyed after the trial, but its contents, the hydrochloric acid that had caused such unspeakable suffering, became a symbol of how ordinary substances could be transformed into instruments of ultimate evil in the hands of someone with the will to use them for murder. Martha Rendell's reign of terror had lasted less than 3 years, but its impact extended far beyond the timeline of her crimes. She had demonstrated the depths to which human nature could descend, the horrifying potential for evil that could exist within the most trusted relationships, and the tragic vulnerability of those who depend on others for their very survival. The acid mother was dead, her victims were finally at rest, and justice had been served. But the echoes of her crimes would reverberate through Australian society for generations to come, a permanent reminder of the monsters that sometimes hide behind the most innocent faces and the most trusted roles in our communities. In the end, Martha Rendell's story stands as both a testament to the persistence of justice and a warning about the eternal vigilance required to protect the innocent from those who would prey upon their trust. The children of 22 William Street had paid the ultimate price for society's failure to recognize evil in its most deceptive form, but their deaths had not been entirely in vain if they served to prevent future tragedies by teaching us to look more carefully at those we trust with our most precious possessions, our children's lives. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.